SBTV Studios. Quick questions, fast answers, school spirit. It's Channel 2's High-Q. Now, here's Channel 2's sports director, Chuck Dowdle.
Hello, everybody, and thanks for being with us today on High-Q. We got a good one for you. We've got Marist, our runner-up from last season on High-Q, taking on Pace and counting the holdover from last year, if you want to count that, and we do. You are now going for a third consecutive win here on High-Q. As you know, at home we play in 4 different quarters. The first quarter, all open questions, all worth 10 points. So both sides, get your hands there on your buzzers and get ready, because here we go. Consider the following 4 words: accelerate, macaroni, odyssey, and recommend. For 10 points, which one can be correctly spelled without a double letter? Mr. Kilfara.
Macaroni.
Macaroni is correct for 10 points. All the other words require double letters. All right, it was the shortest war in U.S. history. It lasted only, Mr. Flowers of Marist.
Spanish-American War.
The Spanish-American War lasted only 70 days, in fact. 20 for Marist, nothing for Pace. Here we go for 10 points. In which state are more than 3/4 of the highest mountains in the United States? Mr. Flowers of Marist.
Alaska.
That is incorrect. Which state are more than 3/4 of the highest mountains in the United States located? Pace, anyone take that? Mr. Bowens?
Colorado.
Colorado is correct for 10. Pace now on the scoreboard, 20-10. Here we go. In 1951, this amendment to the Constitution was ratified. It set 10 years as the limit a person could serve as president. Mr. Rush of Marist.
22nd.
The 22nd Amendment is indeed what we were looking for. 30-10 now, Marist with the lead. We have a visual question for you. Check your monitors. Protesters tried to... Mr. Stadler of Marist.
Atlantis.
Atlantis, we were asking for the name of the shuttle. That was indeed launched this week, and you are correct. 40 now to 10. The Mabuti of the Ituri forest of northeastern Zaire are the largest tribe of these diminutive natives of Africa. Mr. Bowens of Pace.
Pygmies.
Pygmies is the answer we were looking for. 40-20. We got a good match going, as you can well tell. 40-20, Marist in the lead. The earthquake that shook San Francisco on Tuesday, Mr. Smith of Pace.
6.9 on the Richter scale.
That is incorrect. I'll finish the question for Marist. Partially destroyed the bridge that connects San Francisco and Oakland for 10 points. What is that bridge called? Mr. Flowers.
The Bay Bridge.
The Bay Bridge. Yes, that is indeed the correct answer. 50-20 now. The most sensational news story of September 1989 was the revelation in a Playboy interview that this former Teamsters leader was buried in the... Mr. Bowens of Pace.
Jimmy Hoffa.
Yes, buried in the end zone at Giant Stadium, according to that interview. And now just a 20-point differential. Lyndon Johnson became president when John F. Kennedy was assassinated. For 10 points, who became president when Abraham Lincoln was? Mr. Stadler.
Andrew Johnson.
Yes, Andrew Johnson. 60-30. Back to another open question. It was introduced in 1886 as the ideal brain tonic and sovereign remedy. All right, this stimulating... Ms. Shippen of Pace.
Coca-Cola?
Coca-Cola, yes. Now it's known as a real thing, and was also sold as for a while over the counter. It's called a dope, believe it or not, many years ago. 60-40, Marist with the lead. Another visual question. He became the commissioner. Mr. Bowens of Pace.
Helm.
That is incorrect. I'll finish it for Marist. He became the commissioner of baseball September 13th when A. Bartlett Jamadi died of a heart attack. Mr. Kilfara, can you name him? Fay Vincent is correct. Francis T. Vincent, now the commissioner of baseball. 70 for Marist, 40 for Pace. The student prince, Naughty Marietta, the Pirates of Penzance, and the Mikado are the offspring of the traditional opera and the ancestors of the modern... Mr. Stadler of Marist.
Gilbert and Sullivan.
That is incorrect. They are the ancestors of the modern musical. For 10 points, what are these musical dramas called, Pace? Mr. Bowens?
Melodrama.
That is incorrect. Operettas. Operettas is the correct answer. It's a chilled dessert made with whipped cream. Mr. Bowens of Pace.
Cool Whip.
That is incorrect. I'll finish it for Marist. If you rubbed it in your hair, it would probably make your hair stiff, but that's not what a hairdresser means when he uses the word. For 10 points, Mr. Stadler, what is it?
Moose.
Moose is correct. All right, 80-40. Here is another open question. In a recent Washington Post poll, 54% of those polled knew that Joseph Wapner was the judge on the People's Court. Ms. Shippen of Pace.
People's Court.
Jumped in a little early. Marist, I'll finish it. But only 9% could name the current Chief Justice of the Supreme Court. Can you? Mr. Stadler.
Rehnquist.
William Rehnquist is indeed the correct answer there. He is the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, 90-40. All right, back to another open question. Pace, you can get in it here. H2O is water. For 10 points, what's N2O? Mr. Stadler.
Sodium oxide.
Incorrect. Pace, can you take that? Mr. Bowens?
Nitrogen dioxide.
That is incorrect. Nitrous oxide was the correct answer. It is 90-40. We'll be back with our second round after this.
It's Midnight Madness right now this Saturday at Atlanta Toyota. Hi, folks. I'm Tom Park back again here at Atlanta Toyota. We're here right now. We're going to be here until midnight. Now, if you can see us right now, I want you to listen to me. You're not too far away to take advantage of the biggest sale on 89s yet here at Atlanta Toyota. We're making room for the incoming 1990s. How are we doing that? Reducing the price, plain and simple. And I'm here to introduce a brand new truck this Saturday here at Atlanta Toyota. It's our all-new Hurricane Sport truck. Now, listen to this. Low-profile tires, cast aluminum wheels, custom graphics, and tinted windows. All of that for only $89.88 or $169 a month. I've got 4 to choose from right now this Saturday during our Midnight Madness sale. I've got 5 remaining 89 Lightning 4x4 sport trucks with special wheels, tires, graphics, and stereo. Sale priced at $10,966 or $189 a month. Your choice. But when these are gone, that's it. If you've thought about the right time to buy that 89, this is it. Till midnight tonight, tomorrow Sunday until midnight, it's Midnight Madness at Atlanta Toyota.
Join the magic, join the fun, join Mickey Mouse as he celebrates his Diamond Jubilee with all his Disney friends live in Walt Disney's World on Ice. WSB-TV and Pike Nurseries are joining the celebration, and you can too. Stop by any Pike Nursery location and register to win a World on Ice poster or tickets to the show. 200 winners will qualify for the grand prize, a trip for 4 to Walt Disney World. Winners will fly to Orlando on Delta Airlines. Delta is the official airline of Walt Disney World and Disneyland. For the celebration of a lifetime, don't miss Walt Disney's World on Ice.
Welcome back to High-Q. Marist 90 and Pace 40. And, of course, it is my pleasure, as I do each week at this time here on High-Q, to introduce our judge and academic advisor, Mr. Lloyd Bush of Emory University. Lloyd has been with us, I think, since back in the, mid-50s or so. And, as always, we appreciate your help very much, Lloyd. You have something you'd like to say?
Yes, I'd like. Both teams. Good luck.
All right. Thank you, Lloyd. He is still trying to figure out how long that's been. All right, let's meet our contestants. We'll begin with our defending champions from Pace and Captain Shippen. How about leading off the introduction?
I'm Jenny Shippen, and I'm a senior.
I'm Tom Bowens, and I'm a junior.
I'm Josh Smith, and I'm a sophomore.
I'm Ian Smith, and I'm a senior.
There you have our contestants from Pace. And only the latter, Mr. Smith, there is a new member as of last week. And now let's meet our contestants from Marist, who did such a fine job last year and just came up 10 points short against Walton, I think it was, in the final. But Captain Stadler, how about leading it off?
Hello, I'm Avi Stadler, and I'm a senior.
I'm Grant Flowers, and I'm a junior.
Darren Kilfara, and I'm a sophomore. I'm Andrew Rush, and I'm a senior.
And there you have our contestants from Marist. And I think Mr. Stadler and Mr. Flowers are both returning, and we welcome you back here to High-Q. All right, now it's time for the second round here on High-Q, and the way we play, again, we have open questions worth 10 points. However, if you score correctly here, you'll earn extra credit opportunity. Could be worth up to as many as 30 bonus points for you. Both sides get ready. Here we go. The Caribbean is a beautiful place to visit and a difficult name to spell. For 10 points, spell, Mr. Kilfara.
Caribbean.
That is correct. And here is your extra credit, Marist, as you now have 100 points. The dream of flying is as old as the myths of ancient Greece. For 5 points, name the flying horse born from the blood of Medusa.
Pegasus.
That is correct. For 10 points, name the Greek craftsman who escaped from the labyrinth with his son Icarus on wings made of feathers and wax.
Daedalus.
That is correct. When Icarus flew too near the sun, his wings melted and he became the first person to die in a flying accident. For 15 points, this Greek god flew around dressed only in a hat and sandals with wings on them.
Hermes.
That is also correct for all 30 additional points. All right, back to another open question. Pace, you can get in it here. Atlanta's Center for Puppetry Arts is now offering its production of Gulliver and the Little People. For 10 points, Mr. Stadler of Marist.
Jonathan Swift.
That is incorrect. I'll finish it for Pace. For 10 points, who are the Little People? Ms. Shippen.
Lilliputians.
Lilliputians, yes. Swift, of course, wrote Gulliver's Travels, and that's where you were headed, but that was not where the question was headed. 130 to 50. And here is an extra credit opportunity now for you, Pace. If you have a yard, you know a little about grass. Well, let's see how much. For 5 points, this sea of grass stretches from Texas to Canada and from west of the Mississippi River to the Rocky Mountains.
Great Plains.
The Great Plains is correct. Now, for 10 points, name the great grassy tropical plains of Africa, which share their name with a Georgia city.
Savannah.
Savannah is also correct. Now, for 15 points, spelled differently, the city has an H on it. For 15 points, these are the grassy grazing areas of South Africa.
We have
No answer. Veldt. Veldt was the correct answer. 130 to 65, another open question. From 1714 to 1830, the kings of England had only one name. For 10 points, what was it? Mr. Bowens of Pace.
Stewart.
Is incorrect. Can anyone at Marist answer that? Mr. Rush.
Henry.
That is also incorrect. George. George was the correct answer there. Let's go back to another open question. The Incas, the Malleus, and the Stapes are three of the smallest bones in the... Ms. Shippen of Pace.
ear.
The ear, yes, it's also known as the anvil, the hammer, and the stirrup. Okay, we now have an extra credit opportunity for you and a new twist here on High-Q. You will have an opportunity to hear a question on a specific subject and the 3 parts by an expert in the field. Here's how we'll play this week.
Zoo Atlanta is home to one of the country's best loved and most charming gorillas, Willie B. The gorilla, one of the world's most endangered animals, is a primate in the family of Pongidae and lives in the wilds of Africa. Now, here are your 3 questions. Number 1, how do gorillas normally walk? On 2 feet or on 4 feet? Number 2, are female gorillas ever called silverbacks? And number 3, how many subspecies of gorillas are there, and what are their common names?
All right, there you have it from Zoo Atlanta, which, by the way, does have an outstanding primate display there, and one of the best in the country. So, Pace, we will start with question 1.
4.
They do commonly walk on 4 feet. Are female gorillas ever called silverbacks?
No.
No is correct. And then the subspecies question.
You say it.
Are there 2? Orangutan and monkey?
That is incorrect. There are 3. Mountain gorillas, lowland gorillas, and eastern lowland gorillas are the 3. All right, nevertheless, you now have 90 points Pace. It is 130 Marist, 90 for Pace. Here we go back to another open question for both sides. Let's imagine that you're playing a piece of music and you come across a passage marked PP. Mr. Stadler of Marist.
Pianissimo, very softly.
We're going to take that, and you covered a lot of ground there. We were looking for softly. That is good for 10 points, and here now is your extra credit question. Electromagnetic waves are all around us, from cosmic rays to radio waves. For 5 points, which has a longer wavelength, cosmic rays or radio waves?
Cosmic.
That's incorrect. Radio waves, it's close, though. They're only about 100 trillion times. So still, 140 to 90. Let's go back to another open question for both sides. For 10 points, name the minister, one of the founders of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, Mr. Smith of Pace.
Reverend Abernathy.
Ralph David Abernathy, whose controversial book was released this week. The walls came tumbling down. Here's your extra credit. You now have 100 points, by the way. I'm sure you could identify the Old Testament author of the Song of Solomon. How about these songs? For 5 points, the Song of Hiawatha.
Longfellow.
Henry Wadsworth, yes. For 10 points, the Song of the Chattahoochee.
Lanier.
Sidney Lanier. For 15 points, the 1977 novel Song of Solomon.
Mitchell.
That is incorrect. Toni Morrison. Toni Morrison is the correct answer. Nevertheless, you now have 115 points. Back to another open question. At noon on the day of the summer solstice, the sun is directly above this line of latitude. Mr. Kilfara of Marist.
Equator, 0 degrees.
That is incorrect. I'll finish it for Pace. Located at 23.5 degrees north of the equator. For 10 points, what is it called? Mr. Bowen.
Tropic of Cancer.
Tropic of Cancer is correct. You now have 125. Here's your extra credit opportunity. Indiana Jones is not the only famous archaeologist. For 5 points, what pharaoh's famous tomb was discovered by
Common.
Bonus.
Go ahead. You don't have to buzz in, but
Common.
that is correct. For 10 points, what ancient Greek city was discovered by Heinrich Schliemann in 1871?
Troy.
Troy is correct. Now, for 15 points, what lost city of the Incas was discovered by Hiram Bingham in 1911?
You say it.
Tenochtitlan?
No, Machu Picchu. Machu Picchu. Okay. 140, 140. We got it. Can't get any closer than that. We'll be back with our speed round here on High-Q, so stay with us.
2 days left for Midnight Madness at Atlanta Toyota. Hey, folks, Tom Park along with Charlotte Earls and Mr. Toyota. We're here at Atlanta Toyota this Saturday, of course, until midnight. Now, Charlotte and Mr. Toyota here are sitting on the all-new 1990 Supra. Now, you see the 1990 models are pouring into Atlanta Toyota. We're running out of room. That means these 89s must go this weekend during these final 2 days of Midnight Madness. I've got 50 remaining standard pickups at this price, $69.88 for your choice at $149 a month. They must go. We're here right now. We're going to be here till midnight. Our exclusive Atlanta Toyota Thunder trucks. Now, I've got 50 remaining of these, all at the same price of only $79.88 or $159 a month. They're your choice right now. They must go. Race white letter tires, rally wheels, graphics, AM, FM, cassette, stereo. These are just examples. Every 89 in our inventory. Car, truck, van, they've got to go. We're here right now. Now, don't prejudge your credit. Talk to one of our credit counselors right now at 476-8282. And even if you live 200 miles away, make that short drive right now. We're here till midnight, just down from Gwinnett Place Mall, I-85 to exit 40 to Atlanta Toyota.
We have a tie. Marist 140, Pace 140. Here we go into the speed round. Normally the team that is trailing would get first selection in the speed round, but since we are tied, we had to come up with a tie-breaking procedure. And of course, as is always the case in television land, we use a very highly technological piece of equipment. We flipped a coin, and Pace won. So Pace, you get first selection. Here are your 4 categories from which to choose: cats, games people play, last name first, or play it Sam.
Games people play.
Okay, games people play will be, you will have 1 minute to answer as many of these questions correctly as you possibly can. Any misses or passes, Marist has the opportunity to reciprocate. So even without the video games, people still find ways to amuse themselves. I think you'll agree to that. So for 10 points each, identify these low-tech games people play. All right, 1 minute. Here we go. Question 1. It's a 2-syllable word, 8 letters, sounds like parades.
Charades.
This quiz game with pies and wedges was the best-selling game of 1983. You can play this card game with a dummy and 2 other players.
Bridge.
Charles Darrow invented this game in Atlantic City.
Monopoly.
This game is said to be originated in India in the 6th century. When
Easy.
B is 3, H is 4, K is 5.
Scrabble.
Mr. Nicholson, Mr. Spratt, and Mr. Kemp may have played this game as children. It's the game Wheel of Fortune is based on.
Pass.
It's played with an inner table, an outer table, and a doubling cube.
Pass.
Variations of this card game include straight, draw, and
Poker.
You play this game on a felt-covered table, not where you swim.
Pool.
This board game became a 1985 movie with 3 different endings.
Clue.
This double blank is the lowest. The double 6 is the highest tile.
Mahjong.
We will not count that question. I misread the question. It was the double blank. So, nevertheless, Marist, you have an opportunity to reciprocate here because there were some misses and passes. We will begin with, this game is said to have originated in India in the 6th century when the king was called a Shah.
Chess.
Chess is correct. Mr. Nicholson, Mr. Spratt, and Mr. Kemp may have played this game as children.
Roulette.
Jack Nicholson, Jack Spratt, and Jack Kemp. Jacks. You all played Jacks at one point or another. And, of course, the man to boo is Lloyd Bush. All right? It's the game Wheel of Fortune is based upon.
Hangman.
That is correct. It's played with an inner table, an outer table, and a doubling cube.
Backgammon.
Backgammon is correct. Okay, you now have 170. Pace, though, you ran your score up to 220. You did a very nice job. And Marist, you now have an opportunity to select from our 3 remaining categories, which, of course, remains last name first, Play It Sam, or Cats.
We're going to try Cats.
You're going to try Cats, all right? Cats is a popular Broadway musical. It's also the clue to your answers here. So for 10 points each, we'd like for you to identify these people, places, and things whose names begin with C-A-T. You have 1 minute. Here we go. It can increase the speed of a chemical reaction.
Catalyst.
Play by Tennessee Williams about the wife of a former...
Cat on a hot tin roof.
For Henry VIII, Aragon, Howard...
Catherine.
A psychotic state characterized by... Nickname of a baseball pitcher, Jim Hunter.
Catfish.
The setting for Dirty Dancing, mountains in South
Catskill Mountains.
Churches seen at Canterbury, Ruin,
Cathedral.
and Chartres. A manual of religious doctrine, often in question and answer form.
Pass.
It's a CRT used in a television...
Cathode ray tube.
An ancient military machine.
Catapults.
Popular American historian of the Civil War, author of A Stillness at Appomattox.
Catton.
A child's game with string, or a novel by Kurt Vonnegut.
Catch-22.
Cord made from sheep intestines used on violins or in surgery.
Catgut.
Selena Kyle to Batman.
Catwoman.
You might get them from... Well, 290, Marist. Very nice job. They did a very, very nice job, but Pace, there were some misses and passes, so you'll have an opportunity here. A manual of religious doctrine, often in question and answer form.
Catechism.
That is correct. A child's game with string, or a novel by Kurt Vonnegut.
Cat Cradle.
Cat's Cradle.
Cat's Cradle is also correct. Now 290 for Marist, 240 for Pace, and we will be back with our final exam right after this.
Only 2 days left in the Midnight Madness sale right now at Atlanta Toyota. Hi, folks. I'm Tom Park here this Saturday with Charlotte Earls, Mr. Toyota. Of course, we're here till midnight, and tomorrow's Sunday until midnight. You see, the reason for this sale, we've got to move out every remaining 89 to make room for the 1990 models. Now, the only way we can do that is to lower the price, $200 below factory invoice on 40 remaining 89 Corollas. Now, invoice is what we pay for them. You subtract $200 on every remaining 89 Corolla, they've got to go. 45 remaining 89 Camrys. Right now this Saturday, yours at $200 below the factory invoice. Don't miss this opportunity. 35 remaining 89 Celicas. Doesn't matter if it's an ST or a convertible. You get a $1,000 rebate, which means you can buy any remaining 89 Celica at $500 below factory invoice after the rebate. And if credit is a concern of yours, talk to one of our credit counselors right now. They're here to answer your questions at 476-8282. Of course, that's till midnight tonight, just down from Gwinnett Place Mall. Final 2 days of Midnight Madness.
The Power Glove for your NES. Now you and the games are one. Glove. Everything else is child's play.
All right, Marist up by 50, but all questions in the final exam round count for 20 points. And here we go, open questions all. For 20 points, in what Alabama city did the modern civil rights movement begin? Mr. Bowens, a pace.
Montgomery.
Montgomery, that is good for 20. Stephen Dedalus appears in 2 of this author's books as the young man in a portrait. Mr. Stadler of Marist. James Joyce is correct. You are now over 300. The Sahara is the largest desert in northern Africa. For 20 points, what is the largest desert in southern Africa? Mr. Flowers.
Kalahari.
The Kalahari is correct. 330. According to this theory, the 7 continents we now know were once... Mr. Smith, of pace.
Pangaea.
That is incorrect. I'll finish it, Marist. Were once all part of a single supercontinent which broke into pieces that began to move away from each other. For 20 points, what's this theory, Mr. Kilfara?
Plate tectonics.
Yes, that is true, or the continental drift. A visual question, please. Since directing the building of the Berlin... Mr. Stadler of Marist.
Honecker.
Honecker, yes, that is correct, in East Berlin. 370 to 260. He helped conquer Cuba in 1511, and in 1519, Mr. Smith, the pace.
Castro.
That is incorrect. I'll finish it now for Marist. See, in 1519, landed in Mexico to establish a colony there. By 1521, he had completely defeated the powerful Aztec Empire. For 20 points, name the Spanish explorer, Mr. Flowers.
Cortez.
Cortez is correct, now 390. On Friday the 13th of October, the stock market corrected itself and the Dow Jones average plunged 190 points, the worst one-day loss since Black Monday, 1987. Now, for 20 points and within 20 points, how far did the Dow Jones... Mr. Smith of Pace.
512.
That's good. It was 508 points that actually fell on that date. Since 1950, the United States has provided more than $120 billion in military aid to 113 countries. For 20 points, what country has received the greatest amount? Mr. Stadler of Marist.
Israel.
Yes, it has. Israel is correct. You are now over 400. As part of the celebration of the 500th anniversary of Columbus's discovery of America, the 1992 Summer Olympic Games will be held in the port city where Columbus... Mr. Flowers of Marist.
Barcelona.
Barcelona, Spain. Yes, 430 to 280. Delfeio plays trombone. Branford plays tenor saxophone. Winton plays... Mr. Stadler of Marist.
Marcellus.
Marcellus is correct. 450. Another open question is also visual. He was jailed in 1964. Mr. Flowers of Marist.
Suzulu.
Suzulu. Walter Suzulu. Yes, that is correct now for 20. It is now 470 to 280. And many metals and alloys, an electrical current and a magnetic field can be produced by subjecting the material to extremely low temperatures. For 20 points, Mr. Smith of Pace.
Superconductivity?
Yes, that is correct. You now have 300. The 1929 Pulitzer Prize in Poetry was awarded to Stephen Vincent Benet for this epic poem, Mr. Kilfara of Marist.
John Brown's Body.
John Brown's Body is correct. When undercover agents tempt a person to commit a crime he or she would otherwise not have thought of committing, most courts, Ms. Shippen of Pace.
Entrapment.
Entrapment is what we were looking for there. You're right. They'll rule against that. 490 to 320. The closest country to Cuba lies across the Windward Passage and occupies the western part of the island of Hispaniola. Mr. Flowers of Marist.
Haiti.
Haiti is correct. You're now over 500 points, Marist. You have over 100,000 holes in your head. They're not there for ventilation unless you've already started growing bald. Now, your hair grows out of those holes. For 20 points, Ms. Shippen of Pace.
Follicles.
Follicles is the correct answer, yes. 510 to 340. Most of us have a middle name. George Bush has two. For 20 points, Mr. Rush of Marist.
Herbert Walker.
Yes, Herbert Walker. George Herbert Walker Bush, 530 to 340. Human beings are mammals, a biological class which includes a very large number of creatures. But the largest class of animals includes Mr. Flowers of Marist.
Insects.
Insects, insecta, that is correct, 550 to 340. The two most common fossil fuels are coal and oil. For 20 points, what's the third? Mr. Smith.
Natural gas.
Natural gas is correct. 360 you now have. Dracula, Dr. Jekyll, and Frankenstein's monster are probably the three most famous characters of modern horror literature. For 20 points, in what order were they originally created? Mr. Bowens.
Dracula, Dr. Jekyll, and Frankenstein.
Incorrect. Marist. Mr. Stadler, you were lit up there.
Dracula, Frankenstein, and Dr.
I'll stop you there. Frankenstein, Dr. Jekyll, and Dracula, 1818, 1886, and 1897. Okay, he's sometimes called the first president of the United States because he was... Mr. Flowers, go ahead.
Benjamin Franklin.
John Hanson, it does not matter. Marist, you have won 550 points. Pace 360. Don't forget, next week, we will have Pickens High School from Jasper here on High-Q to take on Marist. Be with us then, and have a good day. So long, everybody.
Arby's introduces Looney Tunes cats.
Looney Tunes, cats are great. So come to Arby's, but don't be late. Funny, Tweety, or Daffy Duck.
Sylvester, if you're in luck.
Looney Tunes cats.
Spirit. It's Channel 2's High-Q. Now, here's Channel 2's sports director, Chuck Dowdle.
Hello, everybody, and thanks for being with us today. We've got a good match for you. We've got Marist, our defending champion from last week, back. In fact, Marist was runner-up last year in High-Q, and taking them on this week, we have our challengers from Jasper, from Pickens, and we, of course, welcome you, gentlemen, and best of luck to you. As you know, we play High-Q here in 4 quarters. The first quarter, all open questions. All are worth 10 points, so both sides get your hands on your buzzers, and here we go. Here's our beginning opening question. The moon circles the Earth. For 10 points, what is the shape of the Earth's orbit around the sun? Mr. Kilfara of Marist.
Elliptical.
An ellipse, that is correct for 10. Ellipse is what we were looking for, but elliptical it is. And that's how we play. 10-0 Marist. All right, Omaha, Utah. Mr. Flowers of Marist.
D-Day.
D-Day, invasion of Normandy. Yes, those were beaches, of course, and Marist now has 20 points. Pickens, you can get in it here. Copenhagen, Stockholm, Helsinki, and Leningrad are all located on this sea. Mr. Kilfara.
The Baltic Sea.
The Baltic Sea. Yes, they are all located on the Baltic Sea. Launched in 1954, it traveled more than 60,000 miles before having to return to port in 1957 to be refueled. For 10 points, what was this first atomic-powered, Mr. Rush?
The Nautilus.
The Nautilus, first atomic-powered submarine. Indeed, that was the name, 40-0. All right, we have a visual question for you. Check your monitors. This Ohio senator was punched by an onlooker. Mr. Flowers of Marist.
Glenn.
Yes, John Glenn. He was punched by an onlooker this past week. Marist now with 50 points. Despite their name, they're good tourist attractions. They're the severely eroded rocky regions of North and South Dakota. For 10 points, Mr. Pickering of Pickens.
Badlands.
The Badlands, yes, that is correct. And Pickens, you are now on the board. For 10 points, what is the name of the city in Colombia, which is the center of the South American, Mr. Rush of
Medellin.
Marist?
Medellin.
Medellin, the center of the cocaine trade there. That is correct. 60-10. It went into effect in December 1865 and prohibited slavery and involuntary... Mr. Pickering of Pickens.
Emancipation Proclamation.
That is incorrect. I'll finish it now for Marist. Involuntary servitude, except as punishment for a crime. For 10 points, which amendment to the Constitution is this? Mr. Stadler.
The 13th.
That is indeed the 13th Amendment to the United States Constitution. It is now 70-10, and back to another open question. In September 1989, their newest album became the first in U.S. Mr. Flowers of Marist.
Rolling Stones.
That is incorrect. Became the first U.S. album, Pickens, to be legally released in the Soviet Union. For 10 points, name the heavy metal group who recorded New Jersey. Mr. Fitz.
Bon Jovi.
Bon Jovi is correct, and Pickens now has 20 points. All right, another visual question for you. He now admits that he helped Mr. Rush.
Gaddafi.
Muammar Gaddafi, yes. He now admits that he did help terrorism, but says now the terrorists were apparently all for themselves and not for the Arabs, and he plans to quit that, and we certainly hope that's the case. 80-20, here's another toss-up. Fauvism, Surrealism, and Cubism were among the most important artistic movements of the early 20th century, and they all began in the same country. For 10 points, Mr. Kilfara.
Spain.
That is incorrect. Pickens, for 10 points, what country? Mr. Jones.
France.
France is indeed correct. Now, for 10 points for both sides, what five-letter word can precede broke, cold, death, age, and wall? Mr. Gibson.
Stone.
Stone is correct. 80-40. From 1962 until 1988, he was held in maximum security prisons in South Africa until concern for his failing health caused him, Mr. Kilfara of Marist.
Mandela.
Nelson Mandela. Yes, that is correct. All right. It's a genetic trait that is carried by one parent but will not appear in a child. Mr. Flowers of Marist.
Recessive trait.
Yes, that is correct. The recessive trait. Excellent anticipation on that question. Marist, you now have 100 points. Subtract the number of acts in a Shakespearean tragedy from the number of lines in a Shakespearean sonnet. Mr. Flowers?
9.
You do come up with 9. There are 5 acts. In a Shakespearean tragedy, 14 lines. In a sonnet, that's how you do the math. 110 to 40, and that is, what, 70, right? I guess so. All right. Founded in 1740 by Benjamin Franklin, it was the first American school to be designated a university. It was once called the College of Philadelphia. For 10 points, Mr. Fitz?
University of Pennsylvania.
What do we call it now? The University of Pennsylvania, and you now have 50 points. All right, another open question for both sides. It's a scholarly magazine, often published by a society or association, and devoted to a particular academic specialty. It's also another name for a diary. For 10 points, Mr. Pickering.
Journal.
Journal, yes. Closing the gap now, Pickens. And we have reached the conclusion of the first quarter. 110 Marist. Pickens, though, very much in it with 60. We'll be back for the second quarter of High-Q, so stay with us.
There are many ways to predict sunshine. But there's only one way to create your own. a smile. Weeknights at 5, 6, and 11. There's only one Glenn Burns, and there's only one, too.
Hi, Atlanta. How are you this Saturday? I'm Tom Park. I'm here with Charlotte Earls and Mr. Toyota. We're here right now. We're going to be here till midnight at Atlanta Toyota. Now, remember this. It's our final countdown on all 89s. We've had a lot of folks already out here today from all over this North Georgia area. Now, if you can see us right now, you're not too far to take advantage of these tremendous savings. Let me show you how our volume selling saves you money. We've got to make room for these 1990s. So every remaining 89 pickup truck in our inventory this Saturday is $200 below factory invoice. Now, what this means, factory invoice is the amount we pay. You subtract $200 on every remaining 89. Two-wheel drive, four-wheel drive, extra cab, your choice. Let me show you how we're sale pricing pickup trucks this Saturday. Got 25 remaining standard pickups at this price, $69.88 or $149 a month. And these are just examples of how volume selling saves you money. See the ad in this weekend's newspaper for more great savings. We're going to be here till midnight just down from Gwinnett Place Mall at Atlanta Toyota.
Welcome back to High-Q. Our defending champions, Marist, with a 50-point lead, but Pickens with a very nice comeback. I'd like to introduce you to a gentleman who you meet every week here on High-Q, but he is such a big help to us. This is Lloyd Bush, our academic advisor, and also our judge here on High-Q, as he has been since the beginning of this program, many, many, many years ago.
Mid-50s.
Mid-50s, yes, it was. Lloyd, so good to see you. Thank you very much.
Go team. Good luck.
There you have it. Thank you very much, Lloyd Bush. And now let's meet our contestants, and we'll begin with our challengers from Pickens. And Captain Pickering, how about leading off the introductions for your squad?
I'm Jason Pickering, and I'm a junior.
I'm Benji Jones, and I'm a junior.
I'm Alan Gibson, and I'm a junior. I'm Jason Fitz, and I'm a sophomore.
All right, we had the one sophomore and three juniors there representing Pickens. And how about our defending champions, Marist? Captain Stadler?
Hello, I'm Avi Stadler, and I'm a senior.
I'm Grant Flowers, and I'm a junior.
I'm Darren Kilfara, and I'm a sophomore. I'm Andrew Rush, and I'm a senior.
And there you have our contestants from Marist. Can't help but notice how you all are getting very television-wise now here. After several appearances, you're very much looser than at the beginning. All right, you have a 50-point lead over Pickens. And, of course, though, that is still a very close contest because in the second quarter of High-Q, we once again play with open questions that are worth 10 points. However, if a team scores correctly with an open question, then can earn the possibility of bonus points up to as many as 30 with an extra credit question. So both sides, get your hands on your buzzers, and here we go with the second quarter. National Rebellion Day in Cuba, Independence Day in Liberia, and Bastille Day in France are all celebrated. Mr. Flowers of Marist.
July 14th.
That is incorrect. Let me finish the question for Pickens. Are all celebrated in the same month that Independence Day is celebrated in the United States. For 10 points, what month? Mr. Pickering.
July.
July is the correct month. Bastille Day is July 14th, but National Rebellion Day is July 26th, and it goes on from there, but there are other dates involved. So nevertheless, Pickens, you now have 70 points and an opportunity here for extra credit. 5 languages are spoken by more than 200 million people. Chinese is spoken by 800 million, English by more than 400 million. Now, for 5 points, name any one of the 3 other languages spoken by more than 200 million people.
Spanish.
All right, Spanish is correct. That's 308 million. Now, for 10 points, name another.
Arabic.
20 million short. Arabic is spoken by about 180 million people. The other 2 were Hindi and Russian, both, well, Russian just under 300 million, but both well over 200 million. All right, it is now 110 to 75. Back to another open question for you, Marist. You can get in it here. London to Suez, 7 days. Suez to Bombay, 13 days. Bombay to Calcutta, 3 days. Calcutta to Hong Kong, 13 days. Mr. Stadler of Marist.
Marco Polo.
That is incorrect. I'll finish it now for Pickens. Calcutta to Hong Kong, 13 days. Hong Kong to Yokohama, 6 days. Yokohama to San Francisco, 22 days. San Francisco to New York, 7 days. New York to London, 9 days. For 10 points, according to the 1873 novel in which it appears, what does this travel schedule accomplish? Mr. Fitz.
Around the world in 80 days.
Around the world in 80 days. That's exactly what that does, in fact, get you. You now have 85 points. It also got you 10 points there. Here's another extra credit opportunity for you. The first president with a middle name was John Quincy Adams, but he wasn't the last. For 5 points, what was Jimmy Carter's middle name? Earl. James Earl Carter is correct. For 10 points, what was Richard Nixon's middle name?
Milhouse.
Milhouse.
Milhouse, yes, without the E on the end. And for 15 points, and the lead, I might add, what was Gerald R. Ford's middle name?
Robert.
It's a good guess, but Rudolph. Rudolph is the correct answer. Marist, you maintain the lead by 10 points. Here's another open question for 10. Our long national nightmare is over. Our Constitution works. For 10 points, what president spoke these words in his 1974 inaugural address? Mr. Kilfara of Marist?
Gerald Ford.
Gerald Rudolph Ford. That is correct. You now have 120 points, and here is your extra credit opportunity. There are lots of diseases you can catch, but only a few basic causes. Now, for 5 points, what kind of microorganisms cause strep throat? Tuberculosis and cholera, bacteria or fungi?
Bacteria?
Bacteria is correct. For 10 points, smaller than bacteria, they cause the common cold, flu, measles, rabies, and mumps.
Virus.
Viruses is correct. For 15 points now, what organism is the cause of Lyme disease, which began in New England several years ago and is moving south?
Ticks.
That is correct. You pick up all additional 30 points, and you now have a total of 150. So Marist back to a 50-point lead. For 10 points, which of the following substances is the most dense? Ice, iron, mercury, or silver? Mr. Flowers.
Mercury?
Yes, mercury is indeed. All right, now, Marist, your extra credit opportunity is a visual question. It's also an audio question. You'll look at the monitor. You will see the question, you will hear the question, and then I will ask for your answers. Here it is.
At SciTrek, we often use common household items to show chemical reactions. Here we have a balloon filled with baking soda, also known as sodium bicarbonate, and vinegar in the bottom of the bottle, also known as acetic acid. Here are your questions. What is the gas that is produced? What is the name of the salt that is produced? And what is the chemical formula for this salt?
All right, Marist, you heard the 3 parts to the question. For 5 points, give me your first answer.
Carbon dioxide.
That is good for 5. For 10 points, give me the second part of your answer.
Sodium chloride.
Sodium acetate. Sodium acetate is the second part of that. And for the third, just in case you were curious, the chemical formula for the salt, NaCH2COOH or NaC2H3O2. Okay, I'm sure we were all waiting to find that one out. All right, 165 Marist and 100 Pickens. Back to another open question. Pickens, you can get in it here. For 10 points, what is the dominant color in Thomas Gainsborough's 1770 portrait of Jonathan Buttle, a young man in a colorful silk suit? Mr. Flowers.
Red.
That is incorrect. Can anyone? Mr. Pickering.
Green.
Green is also incorrect. Blue seems to be a popular color because the painting is popularly known as the Blue Boys. All right, back to another open question for both sides. In 1500, 13 ships left Portugal for India, making a wide sweep into the Atlantic to pick up a favorable wind. They were blown 1,500 miles west and thus discovered, for 10 points, Mr. Pickering.
Brazil.
Brazil, yes. What South American country? That is indeed correct. You now have 110. Here's an extra credit opportunity for you. Let's take a trip with Alice through the Looking Glass, if we will, please, for 5 points. Who was the author of both Alice in Wonderland and Through the Looking Glass?
Lewis Carroll.
Yes, that is correct. Now, for 10 points, what eccentric mathematician wrote under the name Lewis Carroll?
Newton.
No, it's Charles Ludwig Dodson. Dodson was the correct answer. Nevertheless, you got 5 more. It is 165, 115, still a 50-point spread. We'll be back with our speed round, so stay with us.
We've told you about Georgia's war on drugs, but that's only a part of this story.
South Florida, where smugglers begin their drug runs up into North Georgia. In a Channel 2 News special assignment, Don Farmer shows you the dangerous and the unpredictable from the heart of the drug war.
We'll take you on armed patrol with the DEA and the Coast Guard as they move in on suspects to keep illegal drugs out of Georgia. If you watch only one news report Wednesday, watch this one.
Deadly Cargo, Wednesday at 6 on Channel 2's Action News.
The Power Glove for your NES. Now you and the games are one. The Power Glove. Everything else is child's play.
All right, here we go with our speed round on High-Q. And the way we play here, despite this 50-point difference you will see, can make an awful lot of differences in the scores. We will have 4 subjects from which Pickens, which is the trailing school right now, can choose. And then Pickens will have 1 minute to answer as many questions correctly as they possibly can. And he misses or passes, Marist will have the opportunity to reciprocate. Your 4 category choices are, what's your quote, by any other name, who's what, or trick or treat. With Halloween just around the corner.
Who's what?
Who's what? Well, you'll love this one. Some things seem to belong to certain people. For instance, there's Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood, Boyle's Law, and even Custer's Last Stand. Did you all agree with that? Now, for 10 points each, I'll ask you to identify these things which seem to belong to someone. Clear on this? All right. 1 minute. Here we go. Question 1. West Virginia town attacked by John Brown in 1859. Harper's 14,000-foot high mountain in Colorado. Pikes Peak. The very bottom of the sea. Davy Jones.
Locker.
Where Abraham Lincoln was shot, April 14th, 1865. Ford's Theater. Anything that can go wrong will go wrong. Murphy's Law. Obelisk in London and New York. Cleopatra's
Pass.
6.02 times 10 minus 23.
Avogadro's number.
Yeah, you got it. Manual of Parliamentary Procedure. Roberts.
Pass.
Alaska in 1867. Seward's.
Pass.
Most popular U.S. monthly magazine. Reader's
Guide.
From soft talc to the hardness of diamond. The Mohs.
Scale.
Frilly wildflower of Europe and America. Queen Anne's.
Lace.
Poem by Long. Finish that one. Pickens, good job. You ran your score up to 185. Marist, there were some obvious misses and passes, so we will give you an opportunity to answer correctly. We'll begin with West Virginia town attacked by John Brown in 1859 was Harper's
Ferry.
Harper's Ferry is correct. Obelisk in London and New York, Cleopatra's
Diamond?
No, Needles. Needles was the correct answer there. Manual of Parliamentary Procedure, Robert's
Law.
No, Robert's Rules of Order. Robert's Rules of Order. I'm surprised that no one got that. Alaska in 1867, Seward's
Folly.
Folly is correct. Most popular U.S. monthly magazine, Reader's
Digest.
Reader's Digest is correct. And that runs out the misses and passes. So Marist now with 195, Pickens 185, a difference of just 10 points. But Marist, now you get to choose from Trick or Treat, what's your quote, and by any other name.
By any other name.
By any other name, it shall be. For 10 points, we'll ask you in 1 minute to identify the men and women who are known by the following nicknames. Clear on that? All right, you have 1 minute. Here we go. The Bard of Avon.
Shakespeare.
The King of England, who was called the Lion-Hearted.
Richard III. Richard III.
The actor known as the Duke.
John Wayne.
Il Duce.
Mussolini.
The Divine Miss M.
Bette Midler.
The combat pilot known as the Red Baron.
Rick Coffin.
The American president known as Old Hickory.
Jackson.
The Wizard of Menlo Park.
Thomas Edison.
The boxer who called himself the greatest.
Muhammad Ali.
The Emperor, also known as the Little Corporal.
Napoleon.
The Belle of Amherst, an American poet.
Emily Dickinson.
The apostle known as the doubter.
Thomas.
The German general called the desert fox.
Rommel.
The American Revolutionary general known as the swamp fox.
Campbell.
The baseball player, the Sultan of Swat.
Babe Ruth.
The 19th century senator known as the Great Compromiser.
Henry Clay.
The Greek philosopher who called himself the gadfly of Athens.
Socrates.
That is correct, yes. All right. Marist, excellent job. 345. You were not without flaw, though, and so, Pickens, you have an opportunity to respond. The King of England, who was called the Lion-Hearted.
Richard II.
That is incorrect. It was Richard I. You said Richard III. You had the second. It was Richard I. And the American Revolutionary General known as the Swamp Fox. General Francis Marion. And, of course, Marion Campbell of the Atlanta Falcons is also known as the Swamp Fox. But 345 for Marist, 185 for Pickens, and we will be back with our final exam round, so stay with us on High-Q.
In Bensonhurst, 16-year-old Yusef Hawkins was murdered.
Only because of this, the pigment of his skin.
Racial violence on the next Oprah Winfrey Show.
It's Oprah, Monday at 4 here on Channel 2. There's a battle going on to keep them out of Georgia. Prescription drugs by mail. They can save you plenty, but some question if this is a safe way to dispense medications. Mail-order drugs, Wednesday at 5 on Channel 2's Action News.
Hi, Atlanta. Tom Park back this Saturday right here at Atlanta Toyota here in Gwinnett, along with Charlie the dog, who is the star of All Dogs Go to Heaven, a Don Bluth film, the same man who created Secret of Nim, An American Tale, movie coming out next week. Charlie is here this Saturday from 10 until noon, and he's going to be here this Sunday from 1 until 3. So gather up the kids, come on down here to Gwinnett, see Charlie, and take advantage of our final countdown on 89. Now listen to me, if you've even thought about buying a car or a truck 6 weeks from now, 6 months from now, this is the perfect opportunity for you. For example, every 89 Celica in our inventory this Saturday has a $1,000 rebate on it, which means you can buy any 89 Celica at $500 below factory invoice. Factory invoice, of course, is what we pay for them. You subtract $500, and that's what you pay. Not just this one. We've got 25 of these Celicas at that same price, and that's just an example of how volume selling saves you money. See the Constitution for more great savings at Atlanta Toyota.
Here we go now with our final exam round on High-Q, and while the differential may look large at 160 points, all open questions in the final exam round, and they're all worth 20 points, so we're talking about a differential of only 8 questions. So both sides get ready. Pickens, you can certainly make a game out of it. Here we go. Alaska is the largest of the United States, followed by Texas and California. For 20 points, Mr. Flowers of Marist.
Montana.
Yes, what state is next on the list? And Montana is indeed the next state. The novel, which won the 1947 Pulitzer Prize for Literature, took its title from the nursery rhyme Humpty Dumpty. For 20 points, what is this novel by Robert Penn Warren? Mr. Fitz.
All the King's Men.
All the King's Men, yes, and you're now over the 200-point mark. 365 to 205. In a public referendum in 1861, the citizens overwhelmingly supported the creation of a new state, which they call Kanawha. A month later, they changed the name, and a year later, Abraham Lincoln proclaimed it a new state. For 20 points, what was it called? Mr. Pickering.
Illinois.
That is incorrect. You were Marist, Mr. Flowers.
Kansas.
Kansas is also correct and incorrect. Obviously, no one here from West Virginia. West Virginia, all right, 365 to 205. They evolved at the same time as the dinosaurs as small rat-like creatures who survived by hiding during the day and feeding at night. Only when the dinosaurs died out did they begin to dominate the earth. For 20 points, Mr. Pickering.
Mammals.
Mammals is correct. That's what we were looking for. 225 you have now. In Indonesia, it was the year of living dangerously. In the Soviet Union, Nikita Khrushchev was replaced by Brezhnev and Kosygin. In the United States, Congress approved both the Civil Rights Act and Gulf of Tonkin. Mr. Kilfara of Marist.
1975.
Incorrect. Gulf of Tonkin resolution. Pickens. The Warren Commission released its report, and Lyndon Johnson defeated Barry Goldwater. For 20 points, what was that year? Mr. Jones?
1974.
Incorrect by 10 years. 1964. 1964 is the correct answer. All right, here we go back to another open question. In 1986, it became the last country in Europe to finally allow its women to vote. For 20 points, name this tiny backyard monarchy bordered by Mr. Flowers of Marist.
Andorra.
Incorrect. I'll finish it for Pickens. Bordered by Austria and Switzerland. Mr. Pickering?
Luxembourg.
Incorrect. Liechtenstein. Liechtenstein is the correct answer. 365 to 225. He is the first pitcher to post 3 straight 20-win seasons. Mr. Fitz of Pickens.
Sandy Koufax.
Incorrect. Marist, since Jim Palmer did it in 1975, 76, 77, 78, for 20 points, name this Oakland A's pitcher who won. Mr. Kilfara?
Dave Stewart.
Dave Stewart, you are correct there. 385 you now have. I'd have been so disappointed if someone had missed that. All right, for 20 points, which Italian city is most associated with the work of Botticelli, Donatello, Leonardo, Raphael, and Mr. Kilfara of Marist?
Florence.
Florence is correct. You are now over the 300-point mark. Consisting almost completely of fat, this part of the bone is high in calories and is important. Mr. Jones of Pickens.
No.
Marrow is correct. Another 20 points for you. Okay, oh pioneers, my Antonia. Death comes for the Archbishop and the Mr. Stadler of Marist.
Cather.
Yes, William Cather is the correct. We're looking for the author there. In August 1989, Bertie Mae Vogt died in Miami. According to the Guinness Book of Records, she was the oldest living person for whom there is adequate authentication. For 20 points, within 2 years, Mr. Kilfara.
109.
Incorrect. Can one pick it, take that? I can ask you how old she was when she died within 2 years, Mr. Gibson.
122.
She was 112. You were very close, so I could have accepted 110 to 114. On November 2nd, 1947, a flying boat called the Spruce Goose flew about 1,000 yards near Mr. Rush.
Howard Hughes.
Howard Hughes was the man who designed and had that contraption built. 445 now for Marist. On April 18th, 1942, Colonel James Doolittle commanded a squadron of B-25s which took off from the U.S. Mr. Flowers.
Tokyo.
Yes, there was an air raid on what famous city? 465, Marist, you now have. In March 1989, the Empress Zita died at the age of 96 in Switzerland. In 1919, she had followed her husband Karl I into exile, ending more than 600 years of Austrian rule by this great European dynasty. Mr. Flowers.
Habsburg.
Habsburg dynasty is indeed correct answer. The radius r of the visible universe is expressed in the simple formula r equals ct, where t is the age of the universe. Mr. Stadler?
Speed of light.
Yes, we were asking what the c stands for, and c does indeed stand for the speed of light. When renovation is complete in 1991, it will be the largest museum in the world. For 20 points. Name Mr. Kilfara.
Smithsonian.
Incorrect. Pickens named this former royal fortress with its Mr. Pickering.
The Louvre.
The Louvre is correct. Nevertheless, Marist with 505 points. You will be back again next week when you will take on Pepperell High School from down in Floyd County. Our congratulations to Marist, and our thanks to all of you for being with us today, and see you next week here on High-Q.
Celebrate! Mickey Mouse is coming! Come and see
Mickey!
Diamond Jubilee! Mickey! Fun! Mickey! Excitement too! Bring the family! Mickey! All for you now, everybody! Slime. No, man! Be quiet, you jerk! I can't...
Live on Channel 2's Action News. From the WSB TV studios. Quick questions. Fast answers. School spirit. It's Channel 2's High-Q. Now, here's Channel 2's sports director, Chuck Dowdle.
Hello, everybody, and thanks for being with us this morning on High-Q. We've got a good matchup for you. Our defending champions, Marist, back for a third straight week. And, of course, Marist trying to do what they could not do last season, although they came very close, runners-up last year here on High-Q. And today you'll be taking on your challengers from Pepperell and Lindale, Georgia, up in Floyd County. And we wish both sides good luck today. We, of course, play High-Q in 4 separate quarters. The way we play the opening quarter, all open questions, all are worth 10 points. Both sides, get your hands on your buzzers, and here we go. Gaskin, Hawk, Pastern, Croup, Withers, Fetlock, Forelock, and Maine are for 10 points, all part of what animal? Ms. Davis of Pepperell.
A horse.
A horse, yes, of course, of course. And 10 points for Pepperell, and back to another open question. There were 85 essays written to convince New York voters to support Mr. Rush of Marist.
Federalist Papers.
The Federalist Papers, that is indeed correct. We are tied. We are tied at 10 here. Back to another open question now. 10 years ago, a federal judge ordered the Army to stop selling assault weapons to this group. For 10 years, both the Army and the group have ignored the order. For 10 points, Mr. Rush of Marist.
National Rifle Association.
The NRA, yes, that is correct. And Marist now with 20. If you interrupt a question in today's game and you get it wrong, you might remind yourself that fools rush in where angels fear to tread, or a little learning is a dangerous thing. Now, for 10 points, what English poet would you be quoting? Mr. Stadler.
Wordsworth.
That is incorrect. Anyone at Pepperell take that? Yes, Mr. Graves.
Shakespeare.
That is incorrect. Alexander Pope. Alexander Pope, our score remains 20-10, Marist with the lead. We have a visual question. Please check your monitor. He has ended his government. Mr. Stadler of Marist.
Ortega.
Yes, Daniel Ortega, the president of Nicaragua, who, of course, this past week ended the truce with the Contras. Okay, 30-10. Here we go. Santiago, the capital of Chile, is named for St. James. For 10 points, what California city is also named for St. James? Mr. Flowers of Marist.
San Jose.
That is incorrect. And anyone at Pepperell will take that. Give you a hint. Here's a San. It's San Diego. San Diego is the correct answer. All right. His official title is Director of the Office of National Drug Control Policy. Mr. Stadler of Marist.
Bennett.
William Bennett. Yes, that's who we were looking for. Marist now with 40 points. Pepperell with 10. For 10 points during World War II, what name was given to the group of countries that included Italy, Japan, and Germany? Mr. Graves of Pepperell.
The Axis.
Yes, that is correct, and you now have 20 points. All right, another open question. Sean Connery is now making the film version of The Russia House, the most recent novel by the author of Mr. Flowers of Marist.
Le Carre.
Le Carre, yeah, that is correct. Le Carre is the correct pronunciation. That is right. John Le Carre is the author of that. 50-20. Another visual question, please. President Bush has chosen her to replace C. Everett Koop as the Surgeon General. Name her. No takers, huh? That is Dr. Antonio Novello. Dr. Antonio Novello. And she is, by coincidence, the sister of the better-known comedian Don Novello, who is Father Sarducci. What is it? Yeah, Sarducci. Yeah, Guido Sarducci, the comedian. So there you go. 50-20, and back to another open question. They live in farming communities and reject electricity, cars, and telephone. Mr. Kilfara of Marist.
Amish.
The Amish, that is correct. 60-20. After being struck by Hurricane Hugo, the city of Charleston, South Carolina suffered 8-foot tides. Now, tides that happen only once every 10 years, when this astronomical body comes closest to the Earth. Mr. Kilfara of Marist.
The moon.
Yes, that's the body that we were looking for. Early in the spring of 1750, in the village of Jufur, 4 days upriver from the coast of the Gambia, a man-child was born. The man-child is Kunta Kinte. In Alex Haley's epic genealogy, which won the 1970... Mr. Flowers of Marist.
Roots.
Roots is the correct answer. 80-20. In the Bible, it's called brimstone. It's the yellow element found in most proteins. Mr. Rush of Marist.
Sulfur.
Sulfur, yes. And you now have 90 points, Marist. Pepperell with 20. When shall we three meet again? Mr. Stadler of Marist.
Macbeth, Shakespeare.
Macbeth was enough for us there, is all we were looking for. And Marist now with 100 points. It's the projection of the thyroid cartilage of the larynx at the front of the throat. It got its name from a legend. Mr. Stadler of Marist.
Adam's apple.
The Adam's apple, yes. Doing very well, Marist. 110 points you now have. They were originally called the Quarrymen, and their members included Miss Davis of Pepperell.
The Beatles.
Yes, that is correct. The Beatles. Doing very well there with that answer. All right, it was the 14th. And we are out of time here at the end of the first quarter. Marist with the lead, though. We'll be back with the second round of High-Q, so stay with us.
Kick Mommy here.
Some experts believe you can actually communicate with your unborn child.
Let's play the music for the baby, Amy, okay? Can these influences outside the womb affect a child's personality, even intelligence?
Driver, an 85 Accord for $69.95. Typical examples of the way we're selling cars. 82 Mustang for $19.95. Here's an 89 Topaz, $79.95. Volume selling, close to 10 acres of cars and trucks, all priced to move out right now at Atlanta Toyota. We're here until midnight, just down from Gwinnett Place Mall. If you're on 285, for example, you want to take Interstate 85 north to exit 40, which is Pleasant Hill Road. It's about a half-mile west of the interstate. Come see us at Atlanta Toyota.
Welcome back to High-Q, where, of course, Marist has a 110-30 lead over Pepperell. We've come to the point of our program where we always introduce our judge and academic advisor, Mr. Lloyd Bush of Emory University. Lloyd, thanks so much.
Both teams, good luck.
Yes. Yes. Lloyd is experiencing that time in life, you know, when your voice changes. Let's meet our contestants. We'll begin with our challengers from Pepperell, and how about Captain Graves leading off the introductions?
My name is Kenneth Graves. I'm a senior.
I'm Andrew Moore, and I'm a senior.
I'm Christy Davis, and I'm a junior.
I'm Freddie Ashley, and I'm a junior.
There you have our challengers from Pepperell. Good luck to you. Miss Davis, can we get, just hold up your hands so we get a shot of all those rings. Look at the rings of this lady. Can we get a shot of that? Just, no, hold them up the way you were before. Hold them straight up, just like that. And take a look at that. My goodness, 11 rings. That's more than most of us need. All right, let's meet our champions from Marist. Captain Stadler, how about leading off the introductions there, please?
Hi, my name is Avi Stadler, and I'd like to wish Megan Federal and Josh Crane a speedy recovery.
Well, how about that? Thank you.
My name is Grant Flowers, and I'm a junior.
I'm Darren Kilfara, and I'm a sophomore. I'm Andy Rush, and I'm a senior.
All right, and there you have our champions from Marist, and we, of course, will also extend our wishes for a speedy recovery to your friends. And now let's get to the second round of High-Q, where we again play with open questions worth 10 points. However, if you score correctly there, you get an extra credit opportunity. Could be worth up to as many as 30 points, so you need to see that while there's an 80-point difference, that could be only 2 questions scored all correctly here in the extra credit round. So here we go with our extra credit round. In the news, in the movies, and on television, it's been an unusually popular name recently. It could be followed by Fletcher, Rabbit, and Han for 10 points. Mr. Stadler, what's
Christian.
That is incorrect. I'll finish with Ms. Davis.
Jessica.
Yes, Jessica. Jessica Fletcher is the mystery writer on Murder, She Wrote. Jessica Rabbit from, of course, the famous movie, and Jessica Hahn was Jim Baker's secretary. You've scored correctly there. You now have 40, and here's your extra credit opportunity. Famous names that begin with Z are hard to find, but may be a little easier to remember. Okay, so let's see. For 5 points, name the German count who invented the airship named for him, a rigid dirigible filled with hydrogen.
Zeppelin.
Zeppelin is correct. Ferdinand von Zeppelin, in fact. For 10 points, name the Mexican revolutionary who led an army of Indians in an attempt at agricultural reform. Need your answer? No answer?
No answer.
Zapata. Zapata was the correct answer. Nevertheless, you now have 45 points, 110 to 45. Back to another open question here for both sides. This epic poem focuses on the wrath of Achilles, who refuses to fight after Mr. Flowers of Marist.
The Iliad?
The Iliad is correct for 10. And now here's an extra credit opportunity for you, Marist. The largest religious denomination, I should say, in the United States is the Roman Catholic Church. Now, for 5 points, what South American country has the largest Catholic population in the world?
Brazil.
Yes, that's correct for 5. Now, for 10 points, what is the official religion of Denmark, Finland, Iceland, Norway, and Sweden?
Lutheranism.
Lutheranism is correct. What Asian island country has the largest Muslim population in the world?
Indonesia.
Yes, you've gotten all 30. Extra credit, you now have 150. Here's another open question for both sides. The suzerain, the villain, and the fief, and the serf were all features of this political and Mr. Flowers of Marist.
Feudalism.
Yes, the feudal system. That's what we were looking for. Now, I'm going to give you the formula and common name of a chemical compound, and then you provide for me, for your extra credit, its actual scientific name. All right, for 5 points, what's the chemical name for table salt? NaC1.
Sodium chloride.
Yes, that's true. Now, for 10 points, what's the scientific name for marsh gas, CH4?
Methane.
That is also correct. And for 15 points, what does a chemist call grain alcohol, C2H2OH? I'm sorry, C2H5OH.
Ethanol.
Ethanol is correct. You now have 190 points. Marist doing very well. Pepperell, you can get back in it here, though. The polar ice caps expand and shrink with the seasons. Dust storms come out of the orange deserts and cover the planet with... And Mr. Ashley of Pepperell.
Mars.
Mars is correct. You now have 55. Here's an extra credit opportunity for you. Identify these Hemingway works, okay? For 5 points, Santiago catches the largest fish he has ever seen.
The Old Man in the Sea.
Yes, that is correct. Now, for 10 points, Hemingway's first novel, A Story of the Lost Generation in Paris and Spain. Need your answer. Okay. The sun also rises. The sun also rises. All right, back to another open question for both sides. He is said to be the author of 2 of the first 5 books of the Bible. One of the... Mr. Kilfara of Marist.
St. Paul.
That is incorrect. I'll finish it for Pepperell. One of the Gospels and the Acts of the Apostles. Now, for 10 points, who is this event? Mr. Moore.
Luke.
Luke is correct. Here now is your extra credit opportunity, Pepperell. Since 1986, Spike Lee has directed 3 excellent and controversial movies. For 5 points, name one.
Do the Right Thing.
Do the Right Thing is correct. For 10 more points, name another.
Colors.
That is incorrect. The other 2 were She's Gotta Have It and School Days. D-A-Z-E, School Days, and She's Gotta Have It. And let's move ahead now, 190 to 75. The equator lies at 0 degrees latitude. For 10 points, what lies at... Mr. Graves of Pepperell.
The Prime Meridian.
Incorrect. I'll finish it for Marist. What lies at 90 degrees north latitude, longitude 0? Mr. Kilfara.
The North Pole.
The North Pole, that is correct. And you now have 200 points. Here's your extra credit, Marist. Australia is the smallest continent. For 5 points, what is the capital of Australia?
Canberra. Canberra.
Canberra.
That is correct. For 10 points, what island off the southeast coast is one of the states of Australia?
Tasmania.
Tasmania.
As in the devil, yes. And for 15 points, what is the name of the longest stretch of coral in the world that lies off the coast of northeast Australia?
Great Barrier Reef.
You got them all. 30 more points for Marist, now with 230 points. It was the dominant American foreign policy between World War I and World War II. Hey, Mr. Stadler of Marist.
Isolationism.
Isolationism, yes, that is correct. And with just the wrong buzzer, not the wrong answer. 240 to 75, here's your extra credit now, Marist. How long, that's the question here, all right? For 5 points, how long is a for 5 points, is a nautical mile longer or shorter than a land mile?
Longer.
It is longer, about 800 feet longer. For 10 points, how long is a fathom? 6 feet, 16 feet, or 60 feet?
6 feet.
6 feet it is. And for 15 points, how long is a league? 1/3 of a mile, 3 miles, 30 miles, or 300 miles?
3 miles.
3 miles indeed. You get them all. You now have 270 points. All right. In the Old Testament, he is the husband of Jezebel. In Melville's Moby Dick, can we take that? Yes, go ahead, Mr. Moore.
Ahab.
Ahab is correct. So you now have 85 points, and we will be back with our speed round here on High-Q right after this.
Hi, folks. We're back here at Atlanta Toyota. I'm Tom Park with Charlotte Earls and Mr. Toyota. We're open right now till midnight. Charlotte was just asking me how many cars and trucks can you do in one commercial. I don't really know. Let me just give you a few examples of our volume selling. We sell more cars and trucks because we sell for less. Like this 88 Cressida for $13,988 or an 88 Supra. Got the Target Top, $14,788. These are typical examples of the way we're selling cars this weekend. 10 acres, as a matter of fact. If I don't show you the car or truck you're interested in, chances are we've got it in stock. 86 SR5 for $59.88. 86 Cressida, $99.88. Cars, trucks, vans, new, used, whatever you're looking for, it's sale priced right now. I wish I had time to show you every single car and truck in stock. Just remember, they're all sale priced right now till midnight tonight. No matter where you live in this North Georgia area, even if it's 150 miles away, make that short drive. Take advantage of our volume selling. Interstate 85 to exit 40, Pleasant Hill Road, just down from Gwinnett Place Mall at Atlanta Toyota.
Welcome back to High-Q. I must explain before we get into our speed round very quickly. Marist has the lead, but we did have to deduct 10 points from Pepperell because a review of the tape during the commercial break did in fact show that Mr. Moore, while you did have the correct answer of Ahab, you did buzz in after the whistle for that round had gone off. It was very close, a tough call, and our judge just missed it. He missed it. Okay, never mind, he's throwing things at me now. All right, Marist with 270 and Pepperell, since you are trailing with 75, you get the opportunity to choose first here in our speed round from our 4 categories. And the 4 categories are new improved potpourri, magic castles, Oz and ends, all's bell that ends bell. Those are your 4 categories. And of course, after you select, you will have 1 minute to answer as many correctly as you possibly can. And of course, Marist will get an opportunity to jump in at any misses or passes.
New and improved potpourri.
New and improved potpourri it shall be. All right, I think that's fairly much self-explanatory. You have 1 minute. Answer as many of these questions correctly as you possibly can. Again, then we'll see how Marist can respond to any misses or passes. Here we go. In 1609, he discovered the 4 moons of Jupiter with a telescope.
Galileo.
Russian playwright of The Seagull, The Three Sisters, and The Cherry Orchard.
Pass.
The Japanese word for warrior.
Pass.
She ruled England from 1837 to 1901.
Victoria.
He holds the record for most points scored in the National Hockey League.
Gretzky.
Beautiful Blue, the river which forms part of the border between Czechoslovakia. Church in Paris, famous for its great flying buttresses. City in Saudi Arabia, the holiest city of Islam.
Mecca.
A heavy hydrogen atom with a proton and neutron in its nucleus.
Deuterium.
8 German students die in World War I in this 1929 novel.
Oswald and Well.
The right-wing group founded in 1958 by Robert Welch.
Pass.
The sea that borders both the Soviet Union and Iran.
Black.
The musical key which has no flats or sharps in it. Okay. We'll have to discuss. I had not finished it, so we'll have to disallow that because that I did hear the buzzer off. Marist, you get an opportunity here to respond to some answers that were missed and passed upon. Russian playwright of The Seagull, The Three Sisters, and The Cherry Orchard.
Chekhov.
Chekhov is correct. The Japanese word for warrior?
Samurai.
Samurai is also correct. 8 German students die in World War I in this 1929 novel.
All Quiet on the Western Front.
That is also correct. The right-wing group founded in 1958 by Robert Welch.
Aryan Nation.
No, I'm sorry, it's the John Birch Society. The John Birch Society. The sea that borders both the Soviet Union and Iran.
Caspian.
Caspian Sea is correct. All right, Marist now with a total of 310. Pepperell, you ran your score up to 145. And Marist, you now get to choose from our remaining 3 categories, which are Magic Castles, Oz and Ends, and All's Bell that Ends Bell.
Odds and Ends.
Odds and Ends. Well, okay, we're going to be off to see the wizard here in this one. We're going to ask you to identify for 10 points each people, places, and things that are all connected with the Wizard of Oz. You'll have 1 minute. At the conclusion of that, I hear moans in the audience, any misses or passes, and Pepperell will get an opportunity to reciprocate, all right? Here we go. Who is the author of The Wizard of Oz? Within 10 years, when was it published?
1939.
In what year was the MGM movie version of The Wizard of Oz?
1939.
What was the name of the 1978 all-black movie version of The Wizard of Oz? What is Dorothy's last name?
Hamill.
What are the names of Dorothy's aunt and uncle with whom she lives?
Emma and pass.
Buck.
In what state does Dorothy live?
Kansas.
What is the name of Dorothy's dog?
Toto.
How does Dorothy get to the land of Oz?
Tornado.
On what person does Dorothy's house land and when she arrives?
Wicked Witch of the East.
Who are the little people who thank
Munchkins.
What does Dorothy take from the witch?
Ruby shoes.
What is the capital of Oz, where the wizard
Emerald
lives?
City.
Who was the first person Dorothy meets on her way to see the wizard?
Scarecrow.
Who played the Scarecrow in the 1978 movie?
Soldier.
In the original movie, which character sings If I Only Had a Heart?
The Lion.
Which character is played by Nipsey Russell and Burt Lara? All right. Do we take the last question? No, we do not take the last one, which incidentally was the Cowardly Lion, of course. All right, Marist, you now have 420. Pepperell, lots of misses and passes here, far more than I think most had anticipated. So within 10 years, when was The Wizard of Oz published?
1910.
That's, we can accept 1900 was the correct answer. What is Dorothy's last name?
Gale.
That is also correct. What are the names of Dorothy's aunt and uncle with whom she lives?
M and Henry.
That is also correct. And let me drop down here. Who played the Scarecrow in the 1978 movie?
Michael Jackson.
Michael Jackson. And in the original movie, which character sings If I Only Had a Heart?
Tin Man.
That is correct. And Pepperell now up to 195. And we'll be back with our final exam round, so stay with us here on IQ.
It can be a nightmare on 4 wheels. Car repair.
He said he put 9 quarts of oil in the car, but the car takes 12 quarts.
I'm Channel 2's consumer reporter, Bibi Emmerman. For weeks, we visited car repair shops and garages all over the metro area. Get the results of this Channel 2 News undercover investigation and some important money-saving car repair tips.
Watch Bibi's special assignment, Satisfaction Guaranteed, Monday at 6 on Channel 2's Action News.
Hi, Atlanta. Tom Park back again with Charlotte Earls and Mr. Toyota. We're here right now this weekend at Atlanta Toyota with more examples of how our volume selling saves you money. Proof positive right here, ladies and gentlemen. 88 Honda Prelude. Sale price this weekend for $10,995. Why pay more? You know, it's these volume selling type of prices that bring people from over 100 miles here to Atlanta Toyota. We're open till midnight for your shopping convenience. 87 BMW, $15,995. 86 Honda Prelude SI for $95.95. Loaded, 85 Accord, just $69.95. Now, if I'm not showing you the car or the truck that you're interested in, chances are we've got it in stock here. We're close to 10 acres of cars and trucks. We're here till midnight. Gives you plenty of time. 88 Chevy Sprint, $49.95. 88 Silverado pickup truck, $10,295. Here's an 87 GMC Safari van. It's got the Zimmer conversion package for $12,295. Every 89 Celica Supra van truck, all priced to move out during the final closeout. It's going on now at Atlanta Toyota.
All right, our defending champions from Marist with a substantial lead, but here we go into our final exam round. All open questions, all worth 20 points. Get your hands on your buzzers. A rotunda is a circular dome building or hall. For 20 points, who designed the famous rotunda at the University of Mr. Ashley of Pepperell?
Thomas Jefferson.
Yes, of Virginia would have been the correct answer. The rest of that question, I should say. He won the Nobel Prize in Literature in 1925 for such plays as Heartbreak House, Man and Superman, Major Barbara, and St. Joan. To describe his plays, Mr. Stadler of Marist.
George Bernard Shaw.
George Bernard Shaw is correct. Until 1869, when John Wesley Powell led an expedition down the Green and Colorado rivers, it hadn't been explored. Mr. Stadler of Marist.
Grand Canyon.
The Grand Canyon, yes, you're now 460. A chemist would call it dichloro-difluoromethane. It's a hydrocarbon derivative used as a solvent, aerosol propellant, and refrigerant. For 20 points, what is it, Mr. Stadler of Marist? Pepperell, for 20 points, what is the more common name of this environmentally destructive... Ms. Davis of Pepperell.
Fluorocarbon.
Incorrect. Freon. Freon is what we were looking for. 460 to 215. This is a visual. Please check the monitor. This symbol consists of 3 arrows. Ms. Davis of Pepperell.
Recycle.
Yes, it's recycled, and you sometimes see it on paper, recycled paper. In 1980, she was honored as the mother of the civil rights movement when she was awarded the Martin Luther King... Mr. Flowers of Marist.
Rosa Parks.
Rosa Parks is correct. 480, 235. 2 weeks ago, this bronze statue, nearly half the size of the Statue of Liberty, was dedicated with the prayers and chanting of monks. It sits cross-legged on the hill outside Hong Kong. Mr. Flowers of Marist.
Buddha.
Buddha is correct, and you now have 500 points, Marist. Football rivalries, of course, are as old as the game of football, but the oldest rivalries between Mr. Stadler of Marist.
Harvard and Yale.
Correct. I'll finish it for Pepperell. Is between the 2 colleges who played in the first collegiate game in 1869. One is an Ivy League university. The other is located at New Brunswick, New Jersey. For 20 points, name those 2 schools. Mr. Moore.
Rutgers and Cornell.
That is incorrect. Rutgers is correct. Princeton is the Ivy League school there. In the Odyssey, she is the sea nymph who keeps Odysseus on her island for 7 years. Mr. Flowers.
Calypso.
Yes, it is the Calypso, also the name of Jacques Cousteau's boat. His most famous novel was published in 1895, but his first major work was the gritty, realistic novel, Maggie, a Girl in the Streets. Mr. Flowers.
Crane.
Stephen Crane, yes, he wrote, of course, The Red Badge of Courage, 540 to 235. In ancient Rome, it was an officer in charge of a group of 100 soldiers, hence his appropriate... Mr. Flowers.
Centurion.
Yes, a centurion would be. Cape Fear, Cape Lookout. Mr. Flowers.
North Carolina.
North Carolina. It's fine, Mr. Flowers, if you'd like to let some other people play here. 580 to 235. Maybe they weren't all creeps, but in 1972, John Mitchell, E. Howard Hunt, and G. Gordon Liddy were all members of... Mr. Flowers of Marist.
Watergate.
Ah, wrong, Mr. Flowers. We'll go to Pepperell. We're all members of CREEP, CREEP, the group that hired the Watergate burglars for 20 points in the election of 1972. What was CREEP? The Committee to Re-elect the President. Committee to Re-elect the President, 582-35. In 1973, this sharecropper's son became the first black mayor of Los Angeles. In 1989, Mr. Stadler of Marist.
Bradley.
Tom Bradley, yes, and you have 600 points. Chemically, it's a compound like copper sulfate formed by the reaction of a metal with a dilute acid, or like magnesium sulfate by direct combination of a metal with a non-metal. Or, Mr. Graves of Pepperell.
Salt.
Yes, they're all salts. That's exactly right. Strivers Row, Sugar Hill, the Abyssinian Baptist Church, and the Apollo Theater are all landmarks in this New York... Mr. Flowers of Marist.
The Bronx.
Incorrect. It's New York neighborhood, and Ms. Davis.
Harlem.
Harlem is correct. In 1984, Dame Peggy Ashcroft won an Academy Award for her performance in A Passage to India. In 1985, A Room with a View won an Academy Award for Best Screenplay. For 20 points, name the British novelist who wrote both A Passage to India and A Room with a View. Mr. Flowers.
Forster.
Yes, Forster is correct. 20 years after William of Normandy won the Battle of Hastings, he authorized a detailed survey of the population land that... Mr. Flowers of Marist.
The Domesday Book?
Yes, the Domesday Book. That is correct. The word's the same. A long pigtail once worn by Chinese peasants, and the British term... And we are out of time here on High-Q. Next week, Lithia Springs High School from Douglas County will be here to take on Mr. Flowers and Marist for one more shot at it. So see you then here on High-Q.
Public notice. Homemakers Furniture in Noonan is going out of business. This week, Homemakers' entire inventory, furniture, bedding, and appliances.
Slimer, are you all right? You know,
School spirit. It's Channel 2's High-Q. Now, here's Channel 2's sports director, Chuck Dowdle.
Good morning, everybody. Hope you're having a great Saturday. I'm Glenn Burns filling in for Chuck Dowdle today, and we have got two great teams for you today on High-Q. But first of all, I have one announcement. High-Q next Saturday, that's November 18th, will be on at 7:30 p.m. One time only. That's Saturday, November 18th. High-Q will be on at 7:30 at night, 7:30 p.m. So hope you'll tune in for that. Now let's take a look at our teams. We have, first of all, we have Marist from Atlanta here for their fourth week trying to qualify for the playoffs. Marist was last year's runner-up. And Lithia Springs High School from Lithia Springs in Douglas County, they're here for their first time this season. Lithia Springs is also a former runner-up on High-Q. In fact, last year, Lithia Springs lost to Marist 495 to 365, and they might be out for revenge today. In our first round, these are open questions. Each question is worth 10 points, and both teams are eligible. And if you're ready to play, let's begin High-Q. The first question. It is located in a glass pavilion across from Independence Hall in Philadelphia. It is only 2 feet tall, but weighs over... Yes, where's the light? Okay, Mr. Stadler from Marist.
Liberty Bell.
You are right. That is the Liberty Bell, worth 10 points. All right, one side of the family lived at Oyster Bay. The other half lived at Hyde Park. Oyster Bay produced... Yes, Mr. Stadler.
The Roosevelt.
You are right, both the presidents. All right. Arabic is the official language of Algeria. Portuguese is the official language of Angola. For 10 points, what is the official language of the African country of Liberia? Mr. Flowers from Marist. You are right, it is English. All right. In 1774, the British Parliament passed the Massachusetts Government Act, the Administration of Justice Act, and a new... Yes, Mr. Stadler.
The Intolerable Act.
You are right, the Intolerable Act. Very good. All right, this is a visual question, so we'll have to take a look at our monitors for this. And, yes, Mr. Flowers from Marist.
Wilder, Virginia.
That is correct. L. Douglas Wilder, the first black elected as governor in the United States history. Rhode Island is the smallest in the United States. The next smallest, in fact, it's almost twice as large. For 10 points, yes, Mr. Flowers?
Delaware.
You are right. That's the second smallest state. All right. The Cable Satellite Public Affairs Network went on the air in April 1979 with live broadcasts of all sessions. Mr. Robinson from Lithia Springs.
The hostage situation in Iran?
That is incorrect. I'll finish the question now for Marist with live broadcasts of all sessions of the House of Representatives. Mr. Kilfara.
C-SPAN?
You are right. That's C-SPAN. In September, China celebrated the 2,540th birthday. Yes, Mr. Robinson.
Confucius.
That's right, of Confucius. Graham Chapman and Monty Python and the Holy Grail. Mr. Flowers from Marist. All right, I'll finish the question now for Lithia Springs. Monty Python and the Holy Grail. Nigel Terry and Excalibur. Mr. Mayfield.
King Arthur.
King Arthur. That's the parts they all play. Very good. All right, this is another visual question now. Please look at the monitors for this. Yes, Mr. Stadler.
Horowitz.
That is correct. Vladimir Horst, the greatest pianist of the 20th century. Of course, he died this past week at age 85. One of the man's oldest artistic materials. It was used 3,000 years ago in the Shang Dynasty of China for ritual objects. The Colossus of Rhodes, Donatello's David. Yes, Mr. Flowers.
Bronze.
That is correct. Very good. Boxing has its block, bob, and jab. For 10 points, what sport has its riposte, feint, and parry? Mr. Flowers.
Fencing?
Yes, fencing. Very good. All right, when the Oakland A's swept the 1989 World Series, they became the first team to win in 4 games since this team swept the Yankees in 1976. For 10 points, yes, Mr. Robinson.
Cincinnati Reds.
That is right, the big red machine. Very good, Lithia Springs. All right, it's used to detect and measure the presence of alpha particles, beta rays. Mr. Stadler from Marist.
Geiger counter.
That is the Geiger counter, prospecting for radioactive ores. Bernard Marx is an alpha plus, but John, Mr. Robinson from Lithia Springs.
Brave New World, Aldous Huxley.
That is right. Very good. Because various colors of light have different frequencies, they will be deflected to different degrees. For 10 points, what name is given to a display of the different frequencies? Mr. Stadler from Marist.
Spectrum.
That is right. The frequencies of a beam of light. The 5 English vowels are in order A, E, I, O, and U. For 10 points, name either of the 2 English, Mr. Stadler.
Facetious.
That is correct. All right. Do we do the second one, Judge?
Oh, we could tell them that it's abstemious.
Abstemious. Glad you got the first one. All right. If you're sailing along the Red Sea from the Mediterranean to the Gulf of Aden, this country will be off the port side. Mr. Robinson from Lithia Springs. That's incorrect, and I'll finish the question now for Marist. This country will be off the port side most of the way. For 10 points, what Arab country? Yes, Mr. Kilfara.
Saudi Arabia.
Saudi Arabia is right. All right, we have 140 to 40. Marist over Lithia Springs, and we'll be back for the second round of High-Q. Please don't go away.
Read the labels. Light.
Light can mean anything. It can mean the package weighs less this time.
All natural.
The term natural has been so abused on food labels that we think it's practically meaningless.
High in oat bran, low in fat.
Nutritional information on labels can sometimes be downright deceptive, even harmful. I'm Channel 2's consumer reporter, Bibi Emmerman. Learn how to see through the hype and make the best buy for your family.
Look inside the controversy of lies on the label. Monday at 6 on Channel 2's Action News.
Hi, folks. I'm Tom Park. I'm here at Atlanta Toyota this Saturday with a special invitation to every one of you out there who's even thought about buying a pickup truck. Listen to me. Right now, this Saturday, we're in the middle of what we're calling our November sell down. We've got so many 1990s coming in, remaining 89s. We must reduce this inventory. We're not going to wait till the end of the year to sell price 1990 models. In fact, truck buyers, you choose any 1990 truck. 2-wheel drive, 4-wheel drive, long wheelbase, short wheelbase, even the all-new 4-door 4Runner. Guess what? $99 over the factory invoice right now this Saturday at Atlanta Toyota on any 1990 truck. Now, factory invoice is what we pay. You simply add $99, and if it's an $89, it's $1,000 below this factory invoice. That's why it's so important you come in right now to Atlanta Toyota. This is how volume selling saves you money. We're here until midnight, just down from Gwinnett Place Mall. You take I-85 and you go to exit 40, Pleasant Hill Road, to Atlanta Toyota. Good morning once again. I'm Glenn Burns in for Chuck Dowdle, and we have a close contest going, and we'll see if Lithia Springs can catch up to Marist, which leads right now 140 to 40 points. And right now, it's our time to introduce the Dale Murphy of High-Q, Mr. Lloyd Bush, coach of the Emory University academic team, and our judge right here on High-Q, the guy that does it all back here.
Thank you very much. Both teams, good luck.
All right. And speaking of both teams, why don't we take this opportunity to meet the players right now. First of all, from Lithia Springs. Mr. Robinson, introduce yourself and the rest of the players there.
I'm Jason Robinson from Lithia Springs.
I'm Jack Mayfield from Lithia Springs. I'm a senior.
My name is Chip Barnes. I'm a senior.
My name's David, and I'm a junior at Lithia Springs High School.
All right, good luck to Lithia Springs. And Marist is ahead. Mr. Stadler, why don't you introduce yourself?
My name is Avi Stadler, and I'm a senior.
My name is Grant Flowers, and I'm a junior.
I'm Darren Kilfara, and I'm a sophomore. I'm Andrew Rush, and I'm a senior.
All right, good luck to Marist, too. All right, in our second round, we have open questions, but we also have extra credit questions to those people who get the questions right, and those extra credit points could be worth as much as 30 points if they answer all of them correctly. So we'll begin with an open question. Both teams are now eligible. There's only one undisputed photograph of him, a scruffy young man holding a rifle taken just 2 years. Yes, Mr. Mayfield from Lithia Springs.
Billy the Kid.
Billy the Kid is right. All right, Lithia Springs, here is your extra credit question. The San Francisco earthquake was the major news event of October. For 5 points, along what famous fault did the earthquake originate?
San Andreas.
That is correct. Second question. This may have been the most frequently used word in October's news. For 10 points, what is an earthquake's point of origin called?
The epicenter. Epicenter.
Epicenter is correct. For 15 points, what California city was closest to the epicenter?
Santa Cruz.
Santa Cruz is correct. We could have also accepted Loma Prieta. All right, back now to an open question. Both teams are eligible here. On one level, it is the story of a man named Christian who leaves his home and journeys to the heavenly city. Yes, Mr. Tucker from Lithia Springs. Pilgrim's Progress is correct. All right, now we have your extra credit question. Operation Overlord was the code name of the D-Day invasion of Normandy in World War II. For 5 points, what was the code name of the project that developed the atomic bomb?
Manhattan Project.
The Manhattan Project is correct. For 10 points, what was the code name of Woodward and Bernstein's source for information about the Watergate burglary?
Deep Throat.
That is correct. For 15 points, what was the code name for the Watergate burglary itself? Time's up.
Operation Break-In.
Incorrect. Operation Gemstone was the right answer there. All right, here now is an open question. The Moors invaded Spain in the 8th century. For 10 points, who invaded Spain from Morocco in 1936 and ruled it? Mr. Robinson. All right, I'll finish the question now for Marist, and ruled it until his death in 1975. Mr. Kilfara.
Franco.
Francisco Franco is correct. All right, your extra credit question now is a visual, so we'll have to take a look at our monitors for this. And you will be asked 3 questions, and then I'll ask you for the answers.
At Zoo Atlanta, we have 3 very charming and young African elephants. The African elephant lives in the African savanna, the river valleys, and the thorn bush country. Now here are your 3 questions. Number 1, elephants usually live in groups of 10 to 15. Who leads the group, a male or a female? Number 2, how can you tell the difference between the African elephant and the Asian elephant by looking at their ears? And number 3, the elephant's trunk is a combination of its upper lip and nose. What are the 4 main uses of the elephant's trunk?
All right. Both teams eligible here.
The first one's male. Okay.
Female? All right. We go to a new question, Judge? We go on to the next one. All right. Open question now for 10 points. It has a definite volume, but no definite shape. Mr. Robinson?
Liquid?
A liquid. That is right. All right. Here now is your extra credit question. We're looking for some medical assistance here. Identify these terms which all begin with the letter V, as in vein, virus, and vaccine. For 5 points, the 33 bones of the backbone.
Vertebrae.
That is correct. For 10 points, the 2 lower chambers of the heart.
Ventricles.
Correct. For 15 points, either of the 2 veins which carry blood to the right atrium of the heart.
Vena cava.
That is correct. Very good, Lithia Springs. All right, an open question now. It may be the last piece of orchestral music a high school student hears, written by Sir Mr. Robinson.
The alma mater.
Incorrect, and I'll finish that for Marist. Written by Sir Edward Elgar. It is a Mr. Stadler.
Pomp and circumstance.
Pomp and circumstance is right. All right, Marist, here now is your extra credit question. Death is a subject that seems to be more popular with writers than anyone else. For 5 points, who wrote the 1949 play Death of a Salesman?
Miller.
Correct, Arthur Miller. For 10 points, who published the poem Death of the Hired Man in 1914?
What? Prufrock.
Incorrect. Robert Frost is the right answer there. All right, back to an open question now for both teams. This former British colony is only 14 miles wide and 21, Mr. Robinson from Lithia Springs. Incorrect, and I'll finish that now for Marist. Is 21 miles long and lies at the southeastern end of the West Indies. Famous for its sugarcane and rum, it has only one city, Bridgetown, the capital. For 10 points, what is this Caribbean island? Mr. Kilfara.
Nevis.
Incorrect. Barbados is the right answer there. All right, we'll go to another open question. The name's the same, a group of electrical cells, the pitcher and the catcher in a baseball game. Mr. Flowers.
The battery.
That is right. All right. Here now is your extra credit question worth 30 points if you answer all of them correctly. 159 countries are members of the United Nations. For 5 points, name any one of the 3 members of the United Nations whose name begins with V.
Venezuela.
That is correct. For 10 points, name either of the 2 UN members whose names begins with K.
Kuwait.
Correct. Very good. For 15 points, what is the only member of the United Nations whose name begins with the letter O?
Oman.
That is right. Very good. Very good. All right, we'll go back to an open question now. Our time is up. All right, our score 205 with Marist, 145 with Lithia Springs, and we'll be back with the 3rd round of High-Q, so stay tuned. Hi, folks. I'm Tom Park once again this Saturday, speaking to you directly from Atlanta Toyota. We're open right now. Of course, we're here until midnight tonight. We're right in the middle of what we're calling our November sell-down. Now, as you know, 1990 models are pouring in. We've got 5 acres of cars and trucks here. $5 million worth of inventory this Saturday for you to choose from. And with all these cars, we got to sell down this inventory to make room. That means that not only are the remaining 89 sale price this Saturday, but also the all-new 1990s, like the all-new 1990 Celica. The one you've heard so much about. Here's what volume selling means. It means a special group of 5 1990 Celicas this Saturday at Atlanta Toyota at $11,688. Why pay more? Every remaining 89 Celica is sale priced at $500 below the factory invoice. You can't go wrong. Volume selling means you save money right now, even if you live 150 miles away. A lot of folks say, how do you get to Atlanta Toyota? Easy. Just down from Gwinnett Place Mall, I-85 to exit 40 to Atlanta Toyota. And welcome back to the speed round of High-Q. Lithia Springs is trailing Marist, 145 to 205. So Lithia Springs, you'll have your choice of 4 categories here. You'll have 1 minute to answer all of the questions. The questions you missed, Marist will have an opportunity to answer. All right, the 4 categories are, it's back, play it, Sam, 30-something, A couple of couples.
Couples.
Couple of couples, all right. Here we go. All right, you have 1 minute to answer all of these questions, and the first one is the first president and the first lady.
George and Martha.
The last Tsar and Tsarina of Russia.
Nicholas and Alexandra.
He was a Nazarite. She was a woman of the Philistines.
Pass.
The second oldest college in the United States, founded
William
in...
and Mary.
Emperor and Empress of France from 1804 to 1809.
And Josephine.
First name of the dancing couple in top hats, swing time, and flying down
Fred
to
and
Rio.
Ginger.
The Roman general and Egyptian queen in Shakespeare's play, Antony and Cleopatra. My mistake. I answered the question for you. Her last name was Parker, and his barrow. They robbed banks.
Bonnie and Clyde.
He is the fifth castle and Leon, Castile and Leon. She was the first of Aragon.
Henry and Kathleen.
The first names of the husband and wife team that won 1903 Nobel Prize, and the Curries. The Curies.
Pierre and Marie.
Flintstones meet the Flintstones. They're a modern Stone Age family.
Fred and Wilma.
In Hebrew, his name refers to dust. Time is up. All right. Here we go for Marist now, the questions that Lithia Springs missed. He was a Nazarite. She was a woman of the Philistines.
Samson and Delilah.
The second, okay, number 9. He was the fifth of Castile and Leon. She was the first of Aragon.
Ferdinand and Isabella.
That is it, all right. Now, Marist will have the opportunity to choose the remaining 3 categories. Again, it's back, play it Sam, 30-something.
It's back.
It's back is your category, and we'll begin with the first question now. The first modern one was The Good Earth, published by Pocket Books in 1939.
Paperback.
1986 hit for Stevie Winwood.
Back in the highlight again.
Courage, determination, or spine.
Backbone.
A piece of equipment used in hiking or just carrying your book.
Backpack.
What Leona Hemsley was convicted of accepting.
Kickbacks.
Means by which trailers are carried on trains or cars on trucks.
Piggyback.
19th century U.S. political party which advocated the use of paper money.
Greenbacks.
The last movie completed by the Beatles.
Pass.
One part of the individual medley in swimming.
Backstroke.
In a play, a scene from the past that interrupts the action.
Flashback.
An unexpected reversal of fortune, a delay of misfortune.
Pass.
Movement led. All right. Now, Lithia Springs, you'll have the opportunity to answer the questions that Marist missed. The last movie completed by the Beatles.
Get Back.
That is correct. An unexpected reversal of fortune, a delay or misfortune.
Setback.
That is correct, and that is it. All right, we're ending our third round. We'll be back to recap the scores and go to our, let's see, we're going to our last round, the more open questions. Stay tuned. It's the November sell down at Atlanta Toyota. Hi, folks, I'm Tom Park. I'm back this Saturday with more proof positive. Volume selling saves you money. Now, a lot of dealers will wait until well into next year to sale price their 1990 models, but not here at Atlanta Toyota. You see, we've got to make room for all the 1990s still coming in. That means you can choose this Saturday 23 1990 Camrys. These are 1990s, folks. Same price, $10,966. Not just one, 23 at that price. That's what we mean by volume selling. And that means every 89 Camry, got to go. $500 below factory invoice. Factory invoice is what we pay. You subtract $500. 1990 Corollas are here, and they're sale priced right now. $89.66 on a special group of 4 1990 Corollas this Saturday. These are typical examples because every car is sale priced during the November sell down. Call 476-8282, or better yet, get your whole family together. We're just down from Gwinnett Place Mall till midnight at Atlanta Toyota.
Public notice. Homemakers Furniture in Noonan is going out of business. This week, Homemakers' entire inventory, furniture, bedding, and appliances are 30 to 50% off. This is a total liquidation, nothing held back. Cash must be raised this week. Special arrangements provide 12 months, no interest. Homemakers Furniture and Appliance is closing forever After 35 years, save 30 to 50% this week. Homemakers, furniture, and appliances.
And welcome back to High-Q, where Marist has 305 points to Lithia Springs 245 points. During the break, our judge, Lloyd Bush, had to take 10 points away from Marist. The question concerning the 1986 hit for Stevie Winwood, Mr. Stadler answered back in the highlight again. It's actually back in the high life again, and we apologize for that error. But it's final exam time. We have open questions. Both schools are eligible, and each open question is now worth 20 points. And here we go. On January 1st, the 100th anniversary of the Emancipation Proclamation, Martin Luther King speaks Mr. Kilfara from
1963.
1963 is right. All right, whales can be gray, killer, finbacks, and humpbacks. But the most famous literary whale of them all, Mr. Stadler.
Moby Dick.
I'll finish the question now for Lithia Springs. The most famous literary whale of all of them was none of these. For 20 points, what kind of whale was Moby Dick? Mr. Tucker.
Sperm whale.
Sperm whale is right. It is the only walled city in North America. And Mr. Flowers.
Quebec.
Quebec is right. Human beings belong to the kingdom of Animalia, phylum Chordata, class Mammalia. For 20 points, to what biological, Mr. Mayfield?
Chordata.
Incorrect. I'll finish the question now for Marist. To what biological order do they belong? Mr. Stadler.
Homo sapiens.
Incorrect. The answer is primates. They are primates. This is a visual question now, so please take a look at your monitor. Mr. Rush from
Egon
Marist.
Krenz.
That is correct. The East German party leader. He ran for president 5 times in 1900, 1904, 1908. Mr. Stadler from Marist.
Brian.
Incorrect, and I'll finish the question for Lithia Springs. 1912 and 1920. In 1920, he ran from jail and still won almost 1 million votes. For 20 points, who was this pacifist? Mr. Robinson.
Dibs.
Eugene V.
I'll accept it.
Eugene V. Debs is the right answer. Very good. In this Soviet bloc country, citizens are protesting the government by wearing... Yes, Mr. Tucker from Lithia Springs.
East Germany.
Incorrect, and I'll finish it for Marist. Citizens are protesting the government by wearing armbands of red, white, and green. Mr. Stadler.
Hungary.
Correct. In 1975, it won the Academy Award for Best Director, Best Actress, Best Actor, Best Picture. The director was Milos Forman. The actress was Louise Fletcher. The actor was Jack Nicholson. Yes, Mr. Tucker.
One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest.
One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest is right. Uncle Dave Macon, Snuffy Jenkins, Ralph Stanley, Don Reno, J.D. Crowe, Bella Fleck, and Earl Scruggs are among the legendary masters of this instrument brought to America. Yes, Mr. Barnes.
Guitar.
Incorrect, and I'll finish it now for Marist. Earl Scruggs are among the legendary masters of this instrument brought to America by African slaves. For 20 points, what is it? Mr. Stadler.
The banjo.
You are right. Photosynthesis combines carbon dioxide and water with sunlight and chlorophyll to produce oxygen and carbohydrates. For example, if you start with 6 molecules of carbon dioxide and 6 molecules of water, photosynthesis will produce 6 molecules of oxygen, and for 20 points, what sugar? Mr. Flowers.
Glucose.
He is right. 2 weeks ago, this conglomerate paid 846... yes, Mr. Tucker from Lithia Springs.
Sony.
Incorrect, and I'll finish it for Marist. Paid $846 million to own part of Rockefeller Center, the home of NBC, and Radio City Music Hall. For 20 points, Mr. Rush.
Sony.
Incorrect. It's Mitsubishi. The home of the ancient Sumerian, Babylonian, and Assyrian civilizations. It lies between the Tigris. Mr. Stadler.
Mesopotamia.
Is right. When Hernando Cortez first landed in Mexico, he asked the natives where he was. I don't understand, one replied, and Cortez gave the name to the peninsula where he had landed. Yes, Mr. Flowers.
Yucatan.
That is right. 4 kings named George ruled England from 1714 to 1830. For 20 points. What was the common name? Yes, Mr. Stadler from Marist.
Hanoverian.
Incorrect, and I'll finish it for Lithia Springs. The common name of the 3 kings who ruled England from 1272 to 1377. Mr. Mayfield. Time's up. Edward, first, second, and third. James Naismith invented basketball in 1891 for 20 points. What sport did William Webb Ellis invent in 18? Yes, Mr. Kilfara from there.
Volleyball.
Incorrect, and I'll finish it for Lithia Springs. And we are out of time. All right, very good. Marist wins it again, 465 to 305. It was a great contest. We'd also like to remind you that we are going to be on 1 week from today, November 18th at 7:30 p.m. That is one time only. And we'll be back, I guess, to wrap everything up. So you stay tuned. We'll be back right after this commercial message.
There are many ways to predict sunshine. But there's only one way to create your own. With a smile.
Studios. Quick questions. Fast answers. School spirit. It's Channel 2's High-Q. Brought to you in part by Apple Computer, a technology partner in bettering education in Georgia. And by your Atlanta Coca-Cola Bottling Company. Coca-Cola Classic. You can't beat the real thing. And by Pizza Hut, making it great. And now, here's your host, Channel 2 Sports Director, Chuck Dowdle.
Hello, everybody, and thanks for being with us today. We are into our second High-Q semifinal match. The winner here today will take on Northside next week in our championship contest, of course, for $6,000 in scholarships and an Apple computer for the school. And if this squad, these two squads look familiar in a matchup, they should, because these two teams met last year for our High-Q championship, Walton and Marist. Walton comes in here seated second. Marist last year with a great effort against this club in the final. So here we go. We're going to play our High-Q semifinal, and again, we will play in 4 quarters. The first quarter, all open questions, all worth 10 points. Both of these squads outstanding at this game. You at home can play along, and here we go. The word refers to organisms like bacteria, which need oxygen to live. Mr. Ganouni of Walton.
Aerobic.
Aerobic, yes. It's also jogging and calisthenics. You didn't need the rest of that clue, and that's how we play. It is 10-0, Walton in the lead. For 10 points of Sudan, Suriname, and Swaziland, which country, Mr. Breed of Walton?
Suriname.
Yes, well, I was going to get to which country has its capital at Paramaribo, and you are correct. That is 20 points. Excellent anticipation. And I'll tell you what, if you had that at home, you're a step ahead of me. And let's get back to another open. For 10 points, which of these events of the 80s occurred first? The Challenger makes its first flight, the stock market drops 508 points, or Mikhail Gorbachev becomes the head of the Soviet. Mr. Flowers of Marist.
Mikhail Gorbachev becomes head of the Soviet Union.
That is incorrect. Anyone at all? Mr. Ganouni.
Challenger.
Yes, the Challenger flew in 83. The market dropped in 87. Gorbachev in 85, I believe, was correct. That is right. And you now have 30 points. Back to another open. It's visual. Please check the monitor. His creatures, Mr. Stadler of Marist.
Jim Henson.
Yes, passed away this past Wednesday at the age of 53. Of course, the creator of the Muppets, 30-10. Keratitis, conjunctivitis, trachoma, and glaucoma are all for Mr. Stadler of Marist.
The eye.
Yes, all diseases of that particular part of the body. You're within 10 points now. The fighter is officially known as the F-117A. The bomber, Mr. Rush of Marist.
Stealth.
Yes, the Stealth, the B-2. We're all tied up. It's the name given to the chemical elements which have a filled outer electron. Mr. Ganouni of Walton.
Noble gases.
Yes, noble gases or inert gases we could have also accepted. And Walton now back in the lead. Another visual for you. This Mr. Breed of Walton.
Dennis Scott.
Yes, the former Georgia Tech star who this past week announced that he would leave school a year early and head into the NBA draft. You now have 50 points. Canada's northernmost major city is the capital of Alberta. For Mr. Flowers of Marist.
Edmonton.
Edmonton is indeed the capital of Alberta, although Edmonton is misspelled on our answer sheet here from our astute judge. 50 to 40, and he'll love me for pointing that out, won't he? In 1565, this country established the first permanent European settlement. Mr. Breed of Walton.
Portugal.
Incorrect. I'll finish it for Marist. In what is now the United States. In 1819, it gave the settlement and the territory that surrounded it to the United States. Mr. Flowers of Marist.
Spain.
Spain, yes. That was the correct answer. We are now tied at 50 and back to another open. Skunks and rotten eggs each have a distinctive... Mr. Stadler of Marist.
Sulfur.
Distinctive odor. And you knew right where we were headed with that one. Sulfur is what we were looking for, and you're now in the lead, Marist. Another visual. He grew up to record... Mr. Stadler of Marist.
Sammy Davis Jr.
Sammy Davis Jr., yes. He also passed away this past week at the age of 64, and Marist now with a 20-point lead. Dissolved minerals are carried by groundwater into the poorest parts of dead trees, and Mr. Stadler of Marist.
Phloem.
Incorrect. I'll finish it now for Walton, and gradually replace the organic material. For 10 points, what is the result, Mr. Baxter of Walton?
Petrified wood.
Petrified wood is indeed the result of that. You are now within 10 points of the lead. 24 of the 26 letters of the alphabet appear on your telephone dial. Mr. Flowers of Marist?
Q and X.
Incorrect. I'll finish it now for 10 points. Name the two letters which... Mr. Briskman?
Q and Z.
Q and Z do not appear on the telephone dial, and we are tied at 70. Most folks now got to wait a second. They get back from their telephones. They're all going to check. All right, he was mayor of New York City 10 times and governor of New York for 8 years. Mr. Stadler of Marist.
LaGuardia.
Incorrect, but he's remembered most, Walton, for his work as Commissioner of Canals for the state of New York. For 10 points, who sponsored Mr. Breed of Walton?
Clinton.
DeWitt Clinton, yes. The Erie Canal was nicknamed Clinton's Ditch. It is 80 to 70. Now, Walton in the lead as we seesaw back and forth. Alexander Selkirk probably wouldn't be remembered at all today, except that Mr. Flowers of Marist.
Robinson Crusoe, Daniel Defoe.
Robinson Crusoe is what we were looking for. That was the first thing you said. We were tied at 80. Born in Scotland, he founded the American Association to promote the teaching of speech to the deaf. It was his interest, Mr. Breed of Walton.
Bell.
Alexander Graham Bell, yes. 90 to 80. It's the cup-shaped muscle between the... We're out of time. All right, we're out of time. Nice try, though, ringing in there a little bit late. Walton with a 10-point lead. We'll be back with our extra credit round right after this.
When the folks are away, it's my responsibility to keep the clan alive. And that's why I stress the two major food groups, pizza and cheeseburgers. And now Pizza Hut has made my job simple with the new double cheeseburger pizza. Check this out. It's loaded with beef topping and cheese, and I can also get it with bacon. And when I get one for $8.99, I get a second for just $4 more. Pizza Hut, making it great.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning. Amy, I hear your new teacher's real mean.
Amy, would you come up here and bring a picture with you, please?
Look at the picture.
There's a special power that can bring students and teachers closer together. The power to be your best.
Hey, how's your new teacher? Oh, she's okay.
It's Magic Summer from Coca-Cola Classic.
You never know wherever you go, you might find magic.
Introducing Coca-Cola Classic Magic Cans. You can't tell them apart from real cans, but inside, real cash. Up to $500, trips, or other great prizes. They're a rare find, but worth it. So stock up, because with Magic Cans, you can win instantly.
Can't beat the real thing.
Welcome back to our semifinal round of High-Q, and Walton leading Marist by 10 points right now, which, ironically, is exactly the margin of victory last year in championships in the High-Q championship that Walton won by. And, of course, now I'd like to introduce you to our judge and academic advisor, Mr. Lloyd Bush of Emory University. How do you spell Edmonton?
Edmonton, E-D-M-O-N-T-O-N.
O-N-T-O-N. Not you, as was on the answer. Good to see you, Lloyd.
Thank you, Chuck. Good luck to both teams.
All right. Both sides. Here we go. Let's meet them. We've got two outstanding teams here. We'll begin with our defending champions from High-Q from last year, Walton High, and Captain Ganouni. How about leading off the introductions?
I'm Paige Ganouni. I'm a senior at Walton.
I'm Brian Breeden. I'm a senior.
I'm Bill Baxter, and I'm a senior.
I'm Brian Briskman, and I'm a senior.
There you have our defending champions, Walton High School. And now, Captain Stadler from Marist, please.
Hi, I'm Avi Stadler, and I'll be attending Duke University next year.
I'm Grant Flowers, and I'm a junior.
I'm Darren Kilfara, and I'm a sophomore. I'm Andrew Rush, and I'll be attending the Virginia Military Institute next year.
All right, there you have our High-Q semifinalists from Marist. Both teams playing extremely well, a 10-point difference. Now we go into our extra credit round. Again, open questions worth 10. You know the rules. You score correctly, you get an extra credit opportunity. Could be worth up to as many as 30 points, so both sides get ready. Utah would be a completely rectangular state, except for the northeastern, Mr. Flowers of Marist.
Wyoming.
Wyoming, yes, that's which is kind of nibbled out the area there. You have now tied the match and an opportunity to take the lead here. Even during the dark days of World War I, there were a few bright lights of artistic accomplishment, all right? For 5 points, this American architect completed the Imperial Hotel in Tokyo in 1916.
Frank Lloyd Wright.
Yes, Wright. For 10 points, his orchestral suite, The Planets, was written from 1914 to 1917.
Holst.
Holst, yes. And nice high five, too. And for 15 points, he painted his Harlequin in 1915 and designed the sets and costumes for the ballet parade in 1917.
Cézanne.
Pablo Picasso. Pablo Picasso, nevertheless, you now have a 15-point lead and back to another open. The German word is Demauer for the most... Mr. Kilfara of Marist.
Wall.
The wall. We were looking for the meaning, and you are correct. Another 10 points is yours, and now an opportunity for another extra credit. People have a habit of looking for people who are different and then calling them names. Unfortunately, that is the case. But for 5 points, what name did the early Christian missionaries give to the unconverted Britons who lived on the heath? Who lived on the heath.
Heathens.
Yes, heathens. For 10 points, what did the Greeks call foreigners who couldn't speak Greek and sounded like they were just saying bar, bar, bar over and over?
Barbarians.
Barbarians. And for 15 points, what name did the Roman Christians give to folks who lived in the country and kept their local religions?
Gentiles.
How about pagans? Pagans is the correct answer. 130 to 90, a 40-point lead you now have. And back to another open for both sides. Degas used these sticks of pigment for many of his portraits of ballet. Mr. Breed of Walton.
Pastels?
Pastels, yes. You now have 100 points and an opportunity for extra credit. And this extra credit question is visual, so I'll please ask you to look at the monitor. You'll be asked 3 questions, and then I will ask you for the answers.
Zoo Atlanta is world famous for our collection of apes. Here are 3 questions about one of our most popular residents, the orangutan. 1. Do orangutans spend most of their lives on the ground or in the trees? 2. Orangutans are found only on 2 islands in the world, Sumatra and Borneo. In what country are these islands located? 3. What does the word orangutan mean? Is it orange-haired monkey, man of the forest, or primitive man?
All right, there you have our very fine extra credit question from Zoo Atlanta. Walton, I will now need your answers. Most of their lives, are they on the ground or in the trees?
Trees.
Yes, that is indeed correct for 5 points. Now, what are the country?
Indonesia.
Indonesia is where the 2 islands are located. And what does the word?
Man of the forest.
Yes, man of the forest. You score all additional points there in the extra credit round, and you now have 130 points, and we are back to another open for both sides. On July 20th, 1714, a bridge in Peru collapses. Mr. Stadler of Marist.
The Bridge of St. Louis Rey.
That's, yes, the book that was eventually written from that incident. You now have 10 more points, a 10-point lead, and extra credit coming your way. Edgar Allan Poe created the first detective story. In fact, he created 3 of them. For 5 points, name any one of Edgar Allan Poe's 3 famous detective stories.
Murders in the Rue Morgue.
I'll take that. For 10 points, can you give me another?
Yeah. Purloined letter.
All right, and for 15 points, can you name the third?
Gold bug.
No, the mystery of Marie Roget. All right, 155 you now have, 130 for Walton, back to another open for both sides. His letters to and from his wife Abigail are among the best sources. Mr. Stadler of Marist?
Adams. John Adams.
John Adams was exactly who we were looking for, yes. You now have 165 with more extra credit coming your way. Here it is. Science can be specific or relative. Keeping that in mind, identify these specific and relative scientific terms. For 5 points, it's a measure of the amount of water vapor in the air.
Relative humidity.
That is true. For 10 points, it's the ratio of the density of a substance to the density of water.
Specific gravity.
Yes, and for 15 points, it's the reciprocal of density for a mass of 1 gram.
Relative mass.
Specific volume. Specific volume. 180 points you now have, 130 to Walton, and no another open. For 10 points, in an electric circuit, what name is given to the force which is measured in ohms and opposes, Mr. Ganuni of Walton?
Resistance.
Resistance opposes the flow of the current. You are correct. That gives you 140, and extra credit now for you. Only 5 vice presidents of the United States were later elected president. John Adams was the first. George Bush is the most recent. For 5 points, name any one of the 3 other vice presidents who won a presidential election.
Martin Van Buren.
I'll take that. For 10 points, can you name another?
Richard Milhouse Nixon.
Yes, George's probably famous cousin. And for 15 points, name the 3rd vice president to be elected president.
Truman.
Yes, that is correct. Strangely enough, Martin Van Buren would have also worked there. All right, 170 to 180 and back to another open. He is the only black mayor of a major city in Mr. Stadler of Marist.
David Dinkins.
Incorrect. I'll finish it for Walton. Of a major city in which blacks are less than 20% of the population. The city has 3 million people and only 500,000 blacks. For 10 points, name the mayor of Los Angeles. Mr. Breed of Walton.
Tom Bradley.
Yes, Tom Bradley. Wilson Goode is the mayor of Philadelphia, but blacks make up more than 1/3 of the population there. We are tied at 180, and here's your extra credit. Here's your chance to check your knowledge of Greek, Hebrew, and Sumerian. If that sounds a little tough, it might help to know that all the answers are in the first chapters of the Bible, all right? For 5 points, it's the Greek for coming into being, Genesis or Exodus?
Genesis.
All right, for 10 points, it's the Hebrew word for mankind or man.
Adam.
All right, and for 15 points, it's both the Sumerian word for grassy plain and the Hebrew word for delight or enjoyment.
Eden.
Eden, yes, you have scored correctly on all the extra points. 215 for Walton, 180 for Marist. Back with our speed round. Stay with us.
This is a story like no other that you will ever hear. Trudy Chase.
I am sane. We are sane.
Has 92 personalities.
I'm hearing this voice. Just calling.
When did you realize you were not alone?
The number was growing. You are normal within your frame of reference.
The damage done by child abuse. The real Trudy Chase on the next Oprah Winfrey Show.
Monday at 4, followed by Channel 2's Action News at 5.
Picture this! We're Cinnamon Toast Crunch!
But first, we better taste it. It is cinnamony and sweet. Crunchy, too. That means it's Cinnamunchy Crunchy.
Do something! They're eating all the Cinnamon Toast Crunch! Smile!
You just wanted that taste of real cinnamon toast. With a crunch. It's part of this complete breakfast.
Everybody goes for the Cinnamunchy Crunchy taste.
Of Cinnamon Toast Crunch.
All right, let's get right into our speed round. Marist, you are down by 30 points. You get to select first from our 4 categories, which are Dear John, The Last Word, Last Chance for Potpourri, and Dance Fever.
Last word. I like Dear John. Dear John.
I need your category.
Dear John.
Dear John, it will be. John's a common name, so this should be common knowledge. For 10 points each, you'll have 1 minute. Identify these Johns. Both sides understand. Here we go. First U.S. president named John.
John Adams.
John Adams is correct. All right. Last U.S. president named John.
John F. Kennedy.
Spanish for John.
Juan.
He sang at the funeral of AIDS victim Ryan White.
Elton John.
Like our Uncle Sam, he's the symbol of Great Britain.
John Bull.
Italian for John.
Giovanni.
In Longfellow's poem, he has to speak for himself.
Pass.
His real name is Carol Votia.
Pope John Paul II.
She recorded Magic and Physical and starred in Greece.
Olivia Newton-John.
Fat, braggart, and coward in 3 plays by Shakespeare.
Oh, John
Falstaff.
Irish for John.
Sean.
He captured the federal arsenal at Harper's
John
Ferry.
Brown.
Last U.S.-born author to win the Nobel Prize for Literature, 1962.
John Steinbeck.
Russian for John.
Pass.
A rebuilt arm didn't stop his career with the White Sox and Dodgers.
John.
Okay, nothing there. All right, let's back up, and I have a question for you. Did you give them credit for John's pardon? Okay. Let's back up then to Walton. In Longfellow's poem, he has to speak for himself.
John Alden.
That's correct. Last U.S.-born author to win the Nobel Prize for Literature.
Steinbeck.
Yes. And Russian for John.
Yvonne.
That's it. That's it. 240, 290. Marist with a 50-point lead. And now, Walton, you get to choose from the remaining 3 categories. Last chance for potpourri, the last word, and dance fever.
Last word.
And the last word it'll be. You have 1 minute to do essentially the same thing. Here's your chance to have the last word. For 10 points each, provide the last word in these popular sayings. In each case, we're looking for only 1 word. Okay? 1 minute. To be or not to be, that is the
question.
All's fair in love and
war.
These are the times that try men.
Souls.
Actions speak louder than
Words.
words. The road to hell is paved with good
intentions.
Speak softly, but carry a big. The greatest good for the greatest.
Number.
Experience is the best.
Teacher.
Familiarity breeds.
Confidence.
Feed a coal, starve a
Fever.
Discretion is the better part of.
Valor.
Eat, drink, and be merry, for tomorrow we
Die.
The journey of 1,000 miles begins with 1
Step.
Necessity is the mother of.
Invention.
Repetition is the mother of.
Pass.
One man's meat is another man's.
Famine.
The proof of the pudding is in the.
Pie.
Uneasy lies the crown that wears the.
Pass.
Alas, poor York, I knew him.
Well.
Music hath charms to soothe the savage.
Beast.
Okay. All right, I'm going to throw 1 question out because I misread it. Okay? So 1 question will be thrown out of there, and let me... It is uneasy lies the head that wears the crown. All right, so that is a rare host mistake. We will go now to Marist. There were some misses and passes. Let's back up to number 9. Familiarity breeds...
Contempt.
That is correct. Repetition is the mother of...
Learning.
Study. Study is the correct answer. One man's meat is another man's...
Poison. Poison.
Poison is correct. The proof of the pudding is in the...
Cook. He said cook. Cook.
In the eating. It's in the eating. Alas, poor Uric, I knew him...
Once.
Horatio. I knew him, Horatio. And music hath charms to soothe the savage...
Soul. Soul.
Breast. Breast is the correct answer.
I want to
Not
know.
beast, as most will say. All right, Walton with 370, Marist 310. We'll be back with our final exam round, so stick with us.
It's Magic Summer from Coca-Cola Classic. It's magic in the real thing. You never know wherever you go, you might find magic. Introducing Coca-Cola Classic Magic Cans. You can't tell them apart from real cans, but inside, real cash. Up to $500, trips, or other great prizes. They're a rare find, but worth it. So stock up, because with Magic Cans, you can win instantly. Can't beat the real thing.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning. Amy, I hear your new teacher's real mean.
Amy, would you come up here and bring a picture with you, please?
Look at the picture.
There's a special power that can bring students and teachers closer together. The power to be your best.
Hey, how's your new teacher? Oh, she's okay.
When the folks are away, it's my responsibility to keep the clan alive. And that's why I stress the two major food groups, pizza and cheeseburgers. And now Pizza Hut has made my job simple with the new double cheeseburger pizza. Check this out. It's loaded with beef topping and cheese, and I can also get it with bacon. And when I get one for $8.99, I get a second for just $4 more. Pizza Hut, making it great.
All right, as we get into our final exam round, let me remind you that the winner here today goes to our championship round next Friday night at 8 o'clock right here on Channel 2. Our final exam round, all open questions, all worth 20 points, both sides. Get ready, here we go. It is defined as the mass at 4 degrees centigrade of a cubic centimeter of pure water. For 20 points, what is this basic unit of measurement in the metric system? Mr. Baxter of Walton.
1 gram.
Yes, a gram. That is correct. Given the uncertain state of things in Lithuania, someone in Mr. Flowers of Marist.
Vilnius.
I'll finish this now for Walton. Someone in Riga might decide to take a long vacation in Stockholm. For 20 points, what body of water would he have to cross? Mr. Breed.
Baltic Sea.
The Baltic Sea, indeed. You're over 400 points. According to Hindu myth, he has appeared on Earth 9 times, most recently as Krishna. For 20 points, Mr. Ganuni of Walton. Vishnu, that is the Hindu god. His unusual stories about the unusual Glass family have unusual... Mr. Stadler of Marist.
Walker, J.D. Salinger.
I'll finish it now for Walton. Have unusual titles, including A Perfect Day for Banafish, Raise High the Roof Beam, Carpenters, and Franny Zooey. For 20 points, name this unusual American author. Mr. Ganuni.
Jerome David Salinger.
J.D. Salinger, yes, 450 points. I think came out with another name first, and that's why our judge ruled against you. If he becomes the next... Oh, visual, please check the monitor, please. And Mr. Breed of Walton. All right, we'll go to Marist. I'll read the question. If he becomes the next governor of Georgia, he won't need a tour of the offices in the state capitol. Mr. Stadler of Marist.
Maddox.
Lester Maddox, yes, you are correct. That's good for 20. Andrew Johnson was nearly impeached in 1868 because he replaced Mr. Ganuni of Walton.
Edwin Stanton, the tenure of office act.
I'll go back to Marist now and finish it. He replaced Edwin Stanton with Ulysses S. Grant in this cabinet position. For 20 points, what position had Stanton held since 1862? Mr. Flowers.
Secretary of War.
That is correct. Yes, that is now Secretary of Defense. You're correct. Industrially, it's used to form the negative plates in some batteries to make brass and to... Mr. Rush of Marist.
Cadmium.
I'll finish it for Walton. To make brass and to galvanize iron for 20 points. Mr. Baxter of Walton?
Zinc.
Yes, he's number 30 on the periodic table. Prince of Darkness, Land of Canaan, and Blood and Fire sound like religious sermons. They're actually, Mr. Kilfara of Marist?
Salvation Army.
I'll finish it now. They are actually 3 songs from the album that won this duo the Grammy Award for Best Folk Recording of 1989 for Mr. Breed of Walton.
The Indigo Girls.
Yes, the Indigo Girls, local group. His most famous philosophic work is Being and Nothingness, but he won the 1964 Nobel Prize in Literature for Mr. Breed of Walton.
Sartre.
Sartre, yes, Jean-Paul Sartre. A visual for both sides. Painted 100 years ago, Mr. Breed.
The Portrait of Dr. Gachet by Vincent van Gogh.
We will take that, yes. You now have 630, 530, I believe it is. The 19th Amendment is passed. Mr. Stadler of Marist?
1919.
Incorrect. I'll finish it for Walton. Allowing women to vote in their first presidential election, KDK in Pittsburgh becomes the first commercial radio station in the United States with its broadcast of the election results. Harding wins for 20 points. Mr. Ganuni?
1920.
1920, yes. The word is Polynesian and refers to a powerful, often supernatural restriction on contact between specific individuals or between an individual and certain objects. For 20 points, what's the word? Too late. It's taboo. Taboo. In February 1990, after taking a spin around the sun, this space probe will rendezvous with Venus on its way. Mr. Flowers of Marist?
Galileo.
Yes, you are correct. According to tradition, he was the Egyptian pharaoh who was finally forced by Moses to let my... Mr. Flowers of Marist.
Ramses II.
You are correct. A professor of child development at Case Western. He is a spokesman for the anti-nuclear movement and was the 1972 presidential candidate for the People's Party. He has also written, Mr. Breed of Walton.
McGovern.
Correct. I'll finish it. He has also written the best-selling paperback book of all time, The Common Sense Book of Baby and Child Care. Mr. Flowers?
Spock.
Yes, Spock. Columbus discovered the New World in the Nina, Pinta, and the Santa Maria for 20 points. In what event were the ships Dartmouth, Eleanor, Mr. Flowers of Marist?
D-Day.
Were the and Beaver involved in 1773, Walton? Mr. Ganooni?
Boston Tea Party?
Yes, they were. For more than 2,000 years, the 4 books and the 5 classics, including the Book of Odes, the Book of Changes, and the Book of Rites. We're out of time, Mr. Stadler. Nevertheless, an excellent game. Walton, you will be in our championship round next Friday night, 8 o'clock right here on Channel 2 against Northside. We'll see you then.
Channel 2's High-Q has been brought to you in part by Apple Computer, a technology partner in bettering education in Georgia. And by your local Coca-Cola bottling company, Coca-Cola Classic. You can't beat the real thing. And by Pizza Hut, making it great.
The advances in medical technology available today can test the imagination. Like the quick and painless power of laser surgery to clear delicate conditions.
The compact car. USB TV Studios. Quick questions. Fast answers. School spirit. It's Channel 2's High-Q. Brought to you in part by Apple Computer, a technology partner in bettering education in Georgia. And by Pizza Hut, making it great. And now, here's your host, Channel 2 Sports Director, Chuck Dowdle.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to our now ready for prime time High-Q championship round. You know, we've been playing for 32 weeks. We've had 35 teams compete to get to just this point tonight. And we've, of course, asked more than 2,000 questions. And what you see here are our 2 championship contenders, Walton High School against Northside High School. Both schools have been previous champions here on High-Q, and tonight we play for $10,000 in cash and prizes. Of course, those of you at home know, as you've been watching all year, we play High-Q in 4 quarters. The first quarter, all open questions, all worth 10 points. We invite you to play at home, play along with us at home. Both sides get ready. Get your hands on your buzzers, and here we go. Protium, tritium, and Mr. Baxter of Walton.
Isotopes of hydrogen?
We'll take that. Hydrogen is what we were looking for. That's the way we play. Walton now with 10 points, and Northside looking to score here. Liberty Hall, his home in Crawfordsville, Georgia, is now being restored for 10 points. Mr. Breed of Walton.
Johnson?
That is incorrect. I'll finish it now for Northside High. For 10 points, who was this U.S. Congressman, Georgia Governor, and Vice President of the Confederate States of America? Ms. O'Hearn of Northside.
Stevens?
Yes, Alexander H. Stevens. We are now tied at 10 and back to another open for both sides. For 10 points, of the Pathfinder, the Plainsman, the Prairie, and the Pioneers, Mr. Ganooni of Walton.
The Plainsman.
Yes, was written by Zane Grey and was not written by James Fenimore Cooper. You are correct. It is now 20 to 10. We have a visual for both sides. Mr. Sibley of Northside.
Yeltsin, Soviet Union.
I'll complete the question now. In fact, I'll even begin the question for Walton. Russian is difficult to read, being that it is written in the Cyrillic alphabet, but we'd like for you to translate these 4 letters into their English equivalent. Mr. Ganooni.
USSR.
Yes, USSR, the Union of the Soviet Socialist Republic, and Walton now with a 20-point lead. It was twice the size of Washington, D.C. when it was first sighted in 1978. Since then, it's drifted more than 5,000 miles and was last seen near the Falkland Islands. Now it's about to break up. The oldest drifting one known. For 10 points, Mr. Ganooni.
Glacier.
North side, Mr. Sibley.
Iceberg.
Yes, an iceberg. It is an iceberg. 30 to 20. You knew it was cold and was ice, right? All right. Last month, Wilson Sutherland won the Georgia statewide spelling bee by correctly spelling abalienation. You can earn 10 points now. If you can, Mr. Ganooni, you're going to give it a shot.
Sure. A-B-A-L-E-A-N-A-T-I-O-N.
That's incorrect. Mr. Kirsch.
A-B-A-L-I-E-N-A-T-I-O-N.
That's good for 10 points. That could have put you in the statewide spelling bee. All right, we are now tied at 30, back to another open. It was said that when he preached, all New England shook. He compared the center, Mr. Sibley of Northside.
Jonathan Edwards.
Yes, that is correct, Jonathan Edwards. Northside now back in the lead, and you can see both of these teams very keen here. Another visual for you. Mr. Sibley of Northside.
28. 28 Super Bowl.
We'll take that. We were asking What we wanted to know there was what the significance of that Roman numeral was to the city of Atlanta, and you are right. The 28th Super Bowl in 1994 will be coming to this city. Neil Diamond starred in the 1980 bomb. Mr. Breed of Walton.
Jazz singer?
The jazz singer, yes, the first talking motion picture. The North Side now 50-40 with a slight lead. After working with the Israeli Philharmonic and the Cleveland Orchestra, he became director of the Atlanta Symphony Orchestra. Mr. Baxter Walton.
Yoel Levy?
Yoel Levy, yes. We are now back tied at 50. These scholarships for graduate work at Oxford University, Mr. Breed of Walton.
Rhodes scholarships.
Yes, Cecil Rhodes, the Rhodes Scholarship. Walton now back with the lead. Another visual. Mr. Briskman. I will now begin the question for Northside. These letters represent the trade status that President Bush extended to China late this week. He doesn't see it as a special favor for he feels that taking it away would hurt the Chinese people. Now we're asking Mr. Sibley of Northside.
Most favored nation.
Most favored nation, yes. We wanted to know what it meant. It was invented in 1948 by Dennis Gabor as a means of creating a unique photographic image with mirrors and a laser. Now for Mr. Ganuni of Walton.
Hologram.
A hologram or a holograph, you are correct. And you are back now with a 10-point lead. My Shadow and the Lamplighter are two poems in a collection of children's poems entitled A Child's Garden of Mr. Grice of Northside.
Stevenson.
Robert Louis Stevenson, you had buzzed in time. We end the first quarter tied at 70. You'll want to see the rest of this, so stay with us.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning. Amy, I hear your new teacher's real mean.
Amy, would you come up here and bring your picture with you, please?
Look at the picture.
There's a special power that can bring students and teachers closer together. The power to be your best.
Hey, how's your new teacher? Oh, she's okay.
When the folks are away, it's my responsibility to keep the clan alive. And that's why I stress the two major food groups, pizza and cheeseburgers. And now Pizza Hut has made my job simple with the new double cheeseburger pizza. Check this out. It's loaded with beef topping and cheese, and I can also get it with bacon. And when I get one for $8.99, I get a second for just $4 more.
Pizza Hut, making it great.
Well, I think that what we are seeing here this evening is exactly what you would expect from two former champions here on High-Q. We are tied at 70, and as always, at this particular point in the show, I would like to introduce you to our judge and academic advisor, the man who guides us along here on High-Q, Mr. Lloyd Bush of Emory University.
I'm glad to be in prime time, Chuck.
Yes.
Good luck to both teams. Good luck.
As all of us do here, Lloyd gets all fired up for the championship round. Let's meet our contestants. We'll begin with, how about the folks from Northside High and Captain O'Hearn? How about leading off the introductions there?
I'm Jean O'Hearn, and I'm a senior.
I'm David Grice, and I'm a sophomore.
I'm Jason Sibley, and I'm a senior.
I'm Randall Kirsch, and I'm a sophomore.
There you have our contestants from Northside. And now from Walton High School, let's meet the contestants from Walton and Captain Ganuni. How about leading off the introductions there?
I'm Paige Ganuni. I'll be attending Harvard University in the fall.
I'm Brian Breed, and I'm going to Emory University.
I'm Bill Baxter, and I will be attending Yale University.
I'm Brian Briskman. I'll be going to New York University.
There you have our contestants from Walton. And for those of you wondering just how good these two teams are, well, let me tell you that after they conclude this taping here, they will be leaving to catch a plane, the same flight, I might add, to Chicago, where they'll both be competing in the national finals. And, of course, we wish both teams a lot of luck there, and good luck tonight. Now we go to the second quarter of High-Q. Of course, we again play open questions for 10. If you score correctly here, though, you get an opportunity for bonus questions. Could be worth up to as much as 30 points for you. So both sides get ready, and here we go. Tom Stoppard wrote the 1967 play Rosencrantz and Guildenstern Are Dead. Mr. Ganuni of Walton.
Hamlet, Shakespeare.
Yes, and what other play do those two characters appear was what we were looking for. You are correct. You now have 80 points and extra credit coming your way. Rome is the largest city in Italy. I think we'll all agree with that. For 5 points, name any one of Italy's next 3 largest cities.
Naples.
Yeah, I'll take that. Okay, for 10 points, can you give me another?
Venice.
Can't take that. Milan and Turin were the other two. Naples was actually 1,200,000, actually the third largest in the country. 85 points you now have, 70 for North Side. Here's another open for both sides. It's nicknamed the Big Muddy. Comes from the settlement, Miss O'Hearn on North Side.
The Missouri River.
Yes, the Missouri River, yeah. I thought we almost had you trapped into saying Mississippi River there, but here we go. You got it correct. And here's your extra credit opportunity. The autobiography of Malcolm X wasn't written by Malcolm X, but by Arthur Haley, the author of Roots. Now, for 5 points, what black educator's autobiography is entitled Up from Slavery?
Booker T. Washington.
Booker T. Washington is correct. For 10 points, what civil rights leader wrote, "And the walls came tumbling down"?
Abernathy.
That is also correct. And now for 15 points, what is the title of Richard Wright's autobiography?
Black Boy. Black Boy. Black Boy.
Black Boy.
You got all 30 additional points. North Side now with 110, Walton with 85. Here's another open for both sides. In August 1989, one of the first acts of the new Solidarity-dominated Polish Senate was to condemn the 1968 invasion of this country. And Mr. Breed of Walton.
Czechoslovakia.
Yes, Czechoslovakia was the country we were looking for. That is good for 10 more points, and extra credit coming your way now. And your extra credit is going to be both audio and visual. We'll please ask you to watch the tape. You'll be asked 3 questions, then I'll ask you for your answers.
Zoo Atlanta is dedicated to the conservation of endangered species around the world. The animal I'm holding is a chinchilla named Cody. Here are 3 questions about this endangered species. 1. Why have chinchillas been hunted to near extinction in the wild? 2. On what continent do you find wild chinchillas? 3. Chinchilla fur is very dense and soft. In fact, they have as many as 60 hairs growing from each follicle. Do chinchillas clean their fur using stream water, volcanic dust, or grasses native to the region?
Okay, let's see how much we know here about chinchillas. We'll begin with, why have they been hunted to near extinction in the wild?
Fur.
That is their soft fur. You now have 100 points. Next, on what continent do you find them in the wild?
South America.
That is also correct. And now, the final question, do chinchillas, how do chinchillas clean their fur? How do they, what do they use? No, the chinchillas roll in the volcanic dust. They roll in volcanic dust. So, nevertheless, we are now tied at 110 and back to another open for both sides. Francium, technetium, and promethium are elements. Dacron, nylon, Mr. Sibley of Northside.
Lanthanides.
I'll finish it now for Walton. Dacron, nylon, and orlon are fibers. For 10 points, what adjective applies to both the elements? Mr. Baxter of Walton.
Man-made.
Yes, we'll take that. Synthetic or artificial was what we were looking for. Man-made, of course, would also fit there. So you get extra credit now, and here it comes. Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart wrote 3 operas with librettist Lorenzo da Ponte. Now, for 5 points, name any one of these collaborations.
Don Giovanni.
Don Giovanni. Now, for 10 more points, name another Mozart da Ponte opera.
Marriage of Figaro.
Marriage of Figaro.
Can you name me a third for 15 more points?
No, here,
Magic Flute.
That is incorrect. Così fan tutte would be the other one, written in 1790. You now have 135 points to 110, back to another open. Next month, the United States will play in this competition for the first time. Mr. Ganuni?
The World Cup.
Yes, the World Cup, first time in 40 years. Extra credit coming your way once again, Walton. Mikhail Gorbachev is head of both the Soviet government and the Communist Party. Now, identify these branches of the government and party that he leads. All right, for 5 points, the Congress with 2,250 members, the Party Congress or the Congress of the People's Deputies.
Party Congress, Supreme Soviet.
The Congress of People's Deputies is the correct answer there. All right, nevertheless, though, we've reached the halfway point of High-Q. Walton 145, Northside 110. We'll be back with our speed round.
When the stranger brought that bullseye, a showdown was a brewing.
There was Hines and Hunts and Masterpiece all trying to outdo him. But as sweet smoke rose from his grill, the stranger stood undaunted. 'Cause once folks tried that big, bold taste, it was Bullseye that they wanted. And throughout the land, they chose one brand. Bullseye beat the rest.
In showdown after showdown, only Bullseye is the best.
The big, bold taste of Bullseye, that's the best.
Right now, Mazda is working overtime to bring you the best deal we've ever offered on trucks. A loaded Mazda truck for less than the sticker price of a base Toyota. The Mazda Value Pack, 12 extra items at no extra charge, plus $1,000 cash back from Mazda. A value worth up to $1,779. But hurry, we can't keep up this pace forever.
At your Greater Atlanta Mazda dealer, now.
Welcome back to High-Q. We are now ready for our speed round, and here we will have the contestants will get a chance to choose from our 4 categories. And right now, Northside, you are trailing, so you get the opportunity to choose first from the 4 categories, which are Alma Mater, Poo-Pourri, South of the Border, and Short People.
South of the border.
South of the border it will be. You will have 1 minute, of course, to answer as many questions correctly as you possibly can. Any misses or passes, Walton gets the opportunity to reciprocate. So here we go. South of our border, of course, is the country of Mexico. We're going to give you the opportunity to earn 10 points apiece by correctly answering each of these questions about the geography, history, and culture of Mexico. Both sides understand? Here we go. 1 minute. River that forms the principal border between the United States and conquistador who conquered the Aztecs.
Cortez.
It's a thin corn pancake served with various... Notorious city across the border from San Diego.
Tijuana.
Mexican bandit who became a Mexican revolutionary. From the song Green Grow the Lilacs, the Mexican word for an American.
Gringo.
The unit of currency.
Peso.
Of a tostada, pinata, and enchilada, the one you wouldn't eat.
Piñata.
The second largest city in Mexico.
Guadalajara.
From the Spanish for shade, it's a shady hat.
Sombrero.
The president of Mexico.
Salinas.
Large peninsula on the Gulf of Mexico. Spread made from mashed avocados and tomatoes.
Guacamole.
Austrian emperor of Mexico from 1860. The population of Mexico City, 8 million, 13 million, or 18 million?
18 million.
Year in which Mexico City hosted the Olympic Games.
1968.
Any year during the Mexican-American War. Forget that. I would have accepted 1846, 47, or 48. North side, you did very, very well, including adding a new pronunciation to Salinas, which I thought was very nice. There was one miss, and I will back up to Walton and give you the opportunity. The population of Mexico City, is it 8 million, 13 million, or 18 million?
13.
It is indeed 13 million. And so now, Walton, you have the opportunity, trailing 260 to 155, to choose from the remaining 3 categories: Short People, Alma Mater, or Poo-Pourri.
Short People or Alma Mater?
Short People.
Short People it'll be. You again will have 1 minute. Answer as many correctly as you possibly can. Misses or passes. North side gets the opportunity. James Madison was our shortest president, but he doesn't appear in this quiz. Okay? For 10 points each, I want you to identify these short people. Both sides understand? 1 minute. Here we go. You can visit his playhouse every Saturday morning.
Pee-wee. Herman.
In the 1989 Disney movie, her name is Ariel.
Little Mermaid.
One of Robin Hood's merry men, his real name was John Little.
Little John.
In Uncle Tom's Cabin, her real name is Evangeline St. Clair. She dies.
Eva.
Eva.
Bob Cratchit's crippled son.
Tiny Tim.
Rock and roller from Macon, Georgia, born Richard.
Little Richard.
She's really just as tall as Mickey. She just sounds small.
Minnie Mouse.
In the original French fairy tale, she doesn't meet the wolf.
Little Red Riding Hood.
Constellation, also known as Ursa Minor.
Little Bear.
He was the shortest of the 3 amigos.
Martin Short.
He's become wealthy doing impersonations.
Rich Little.
Joe, Beth, Meg, and Amy.
Little Women.
He lives in Dogpatch with Daisy May.
Little Abner.
In E.B. White's children's story, he's a
Stuart
mouse.
Little.
In the musical, she was just Annie. In the comic strip,
Little Annie.
Disney cartoon, which featured the 3 little pigs, were Who's Afraid of the Big Bad Wolf. Well done, Walton. 305 to 260. We'll be back with our final exam round. Stay around for the conclusion on High-Q's Championship.
It's television that makes a difference. Channel 2's Family to Family Project, creating award-winning primetime specials on important family issues, sponsoring community events and affordable family entertainment, developing valuable family-to-family news reports, originating thousands of public service messages about Georgia family issues and organizations. The Family to Family Project is sponsored by Mervyn's, Crawford Long Hospital of Emory University, and Pike Nurseries. There's only one Family to Family, and there's only one, too.
If you're planning a Memorial Day get-together, pick up everything you need at Winn-Dixie. Barbecue is always a family favorite, and Hormel small pork spare ribs are priced low at 99 cents a pound. How about Harvest fresh corn on the cob? Get 9 ears of Florida super sweet yellow corn for just $1.99. And here's a cool way to finish the day. Super brand ice cream or sherbet, only 99 cents a half gallon at Winn-Dixie and Winn-Dixie Marketplace stores.
Welcome back to our championship round of High-Q. We're into our final exam round, the fourth and final quarter. All, again, will be open questions. This time, though, all will be worth 20 points. Walton, you have a 45-point lead. That can change very quickly. Here we go for both sides. For 20 points of Princeton University, Tuskegee University, Baylor University, and Stanford University, which is not located in a city with the same name. Ms. O'Hearn of Northside.
Baylor.
That's right. Baylor is in Waco, Texas. A young American in the International Brigade joins a band of peasant guerrillas in order to blow up a bridge near Segovia. Mr. Grice of Northside.
John Brown.
I'll finish it for Walton for 20 points. What is this novel by Ernest Hemingway? Mr. Breed?
For Whom the Bell Tolls?
You got it. For Whom the Bell Tolls. This large lake forms almost half of the border between New York and Vermont. It's named for the French explorer, Ms. O'Hearn of Northside.
Lake Champlain.
Yes, named for Samuel de Champlain. You now have 300 points. We have a visual for both sides. Mr. Sibley of Northside.
Rocky. Gaspiano.
That is incorrect. I'll read the question for Walton. Sylvester Stallone made famous the life of a fictional Rocky this week at age 71. Mr. Ganuni of Walton.
Rocky Graziano.
Rocky Graziano is the correct answer, yes. The largest nerve in your body starts at the bottom of the spine, runs through the thigh, divides at the knee. Mr. Ganuni of Walton.
Vagus nerve.
That is incorrect. Divides at the knee, north side, and extends to the feet. For 20 points, what is this nerve? Ms. O'Hearn?
The leg nerve.
I think that's what they meant to name it, but somehow or another it came out the sciatic nerve. I'm sorry, and we can't give you credit for that, although I like leg nerve. 345 to 300. The largest island in São Miguel, the largest city is Ponta Delgado. For 20 points, what is this group of Portuguese islands 900 miles from Portugal in the Atlantic Ocean? Ms. O'Hearn of Northside.
The Azores?
Yes, that is correct. We'll give you 20 points for that. It's called a war, but it was actually the relentless pursuit of fleeing men, women, and children through Illinois and Wisconsin until they were slaughtered at the... Mr. Ganuni of Walton.
The Mormon.
I cannot accept that. I'll finish it for Northside. Till they were slaughtered at the Bad Axe Massacre in 1832. For 20 points, what was this military action against the Sac and Fox Indians? Miss O'Hearn.
The Black Hawk War.
Yes, the Black Hawk War. Only 5 points now separating our two sides. Again, a visual. Mr. Sibley of Northside.
Neil Bush.
Neil Bush. That is President Bush's son, who appeared before a congressional committee this past week, and you now have the lead, Northside. He was born in Urbino, Italy in 1483 and was influenced by Michelangelo and Leonardo. His most famous, Mr. Kirsch of Northside.
Raphael.
Raphael, yes, that's good for 20 more points. The epicardium, the myocardium, and the endocardium are the... Mr. Ganuni of Walton.
The heart.
Yes, they're all parts of the heart. 365 you now have. The Bal Soprano, the first example of the theater of the absurd, was produced in 1950. For 20 points, who wrote The Balls? Mr. Breed of Walton.
Samuel Beckett.
That is incorrect. Can you tell me Northside who wrote it? Miss O'Hearn of Northside.
Ionesco?
Ionesco, yes, Eugene Ionesco. You now have 400 points. We have another visual for you. Mr. Breed of Walton.
I don't know.
All right, I'll read the question. Mr. Sibley.
Bob Weiss of the Orlando Magic.
You should have waited on the question because we were actually looking for what team prior to being named head coach of the Hawks he was formerly head coach of, and the correct answer there was San Antonio. He formerly coached the San Antonio Spurs. All right, 400 to 365. In 1989, State Senator Paul Coverdale left Georgia for Washington, D.C., where he became Mr. Breed of Walton.
The Peace Corps.
Yes, he did become director of that organization. Daniel Day-Lewis won the 1990 Academy Award. Mr. Breed of Walton.
My left foot, Christy Brown.
We will take Christy Brown is where we were headed with that. 405 to 400. After 10 years, a team of scholars has produced a new version of the RSV. The original RSV was published in Mr. Kirsch.
Revised Standard Version of the Bible.
Yes, the Revised Standard Version of the Bible. You now have 420 points. For 20 points, who ousted? We are out of time. Northside has won. We'll be back to wrap up here on High-Q. Stay with us.
When the folks are away, it's my responsibility to keep the clan alive. And that's why I stress the two major food groups, pizza and cheeseburgers. And now Pizza Hut has made my job simple with the new double cheeseburger pizza. Check this out. It's loaded with beef topping and cheese, and I can also get it with bacon. And when I get one for $8.99, I get a second for just $4 more.
Pizza Hut, making it great.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning. Amy, I hear your new teacher's real mean.
Amy, would you come up here and bring your picture with you, please?
Look at the picture.
There's a special power that can bring students and teachers closer together. The power to be your best.
Hey, how's your new teacher? Oh, she's okay.
What a great conclusion to our season here on High-Q. A great match, just what you'd expect from two former champions of this wonderful program. And at this point, I'd like to get to the most important part, and that is the presentation of our cash and prize. And for that, we have Mr. Bruce Baker, the station manager here of WSB, and Mr. Pete Callison of Apple Computer, whose participation in this program we, of course, deeply appreciate. Bruce?
Thank you, Chuck. It's indeed an honor to be here to award this check to these two winning schools. But first, I'd like to congratulate Chuck and the Channel 2 staff on 4 successful seasons of Channel 2's High-Q. Our focus when starting this program was on academic excellence and achievement, and we have found that certainly in the past 4 years that has been achieved. The honor I have this evening is presenting a total of $6,000 to these two schools, $4,000 to the champions, and $2,000 to the runners-up. The money will be divided equally among all of the students to be used at an accredited college of their choice. First of all, I'd like to award to the runners-up, Walton High School, Jeanette Martin, the coach, $2,000. Congratulations, Coach. And $4,000 goes to our champions and the coach of Northside High School, Darnell Bateman. Darnell, $4,000. Congratulations. And now from Apple Computer Company, Pete Callison.
Before I award this Macintosh computer, on behalf of Apple, I'd like to congratulate both teams for this evening's performance. I only wish we had 2 computers so we could give each school a computer. I'm sure not only your parents, but your friends and your entire schools are proud of the performance that you put on tonight. And now on behalf of Apple, I'd like to present this Macintosh SE computer to the winning school, Northside High School. Congratulations.
Thank you very much for watching. Northside, one final thing. You have an invitation from us to be a participant riding in our Salute to America 4th of July parade. We hope you'll take us up on that. Thanks so much. We'll see you next year here on High-Q.
Channel 2's High-Q has been brought to you in part by Apple Computer, a technology partner in bettering education in Georgia, and by Pizza Hut, making it great.
And now, a moment of discovery.
She is Tanya Bourbon de Parme, an heiress in the French royal family. Of course, France is no longer a monarchy. No one in the royal family has been in power for over 200 years, but the family's properties guarantee Tanya a comfortable life. Still, she finds life better with a job.
I love working. Life is for working. What else is there to do? Recently, I discovered a calling. Hats. I design and make them. Famous or not, I find it quite normal to work. I'm happy because I'm learning a wonderful profession.
And after work, play, where Tanya Bourbon de Parme wears a different hat and dreams of a royal victory in the great Paris-Dakar Rally.
This has been a moment of discovery.
Deli Select from Hillshire Farm. Deli Select is lean cuts of premium meats. It's fresh. Deli Select is deli sliced thin. And deli pack for fresh taste. It's fresh. Deli Select looks fresh and tastes fresh. Deli sliced, deli packed, Deli Select from Hillshire Farm. It's fresh.
The following presentation is a world television premiere of the Discovery Channel.
Welcome to Houston, Texas, and the Texaco Star National Academic Championship, where the best will face their toughest competition. Over 2,500 teams of the brightest students in America accepted the challenge. Now, 8 teams remain, and only one will win. Here is your host, Chip Beal.
Thank you very much, and welcome to the Texaco Star National Academic Championship. We're into the quarterfinal round, and with us today in the studio, Ithaca, New York, facing Marist from Atlanta, Georgia. Now, contestants, when you hear this sound, it means the answer is right and the team has scored. This sound means the answer is incorrect, not responsive, or in some cases, no answer has been given at all. And this sound brings to a close each quarter of play. Good luck to Ithaca and Marist. Here's your first question. It's worth 5 points. What name was given to the elusive route through the Canadian Arctic to the Pacific?
Marist, Darren.
Northwest Passage.
Northwest Passage is what we were looking for, Darren. You have 5 points, and I have a 10-pointer. In economics, the price at which the quantity demanded is exactly equal to...
Marist, Grant.
Equilibrium.
The equilibrium price equal to the quantity supplied. For 5 points, California's 1849 legislature adopted a free soil constitution.
Marist, Avi.
Fremont.
Now I'll go on for Ithaca, which meant that what practice would not be allowed there?
Ithaca, Lawrence.
Slavery.
Slavery. You got it. And Ithaca is now on the board. For 10 points, identify the section of the Sunday New York Times, which is also sold as a separate magazine.
Marist, Avi.
The New York Times Magazine.
No, that's not what we're looking for.
Ithaca, Lauren.
The book reviews.
The book reviews, yes. Lauren knew that one. So did Julie. Okay, for 10 points, a visual question for you. Look at your monitor. Who is often referred to as the founder of modern mechanics and experimental physics?
Ithaca, Lauren.
Newton.
That's not Newton. Take another look, Marist, and take a 10-point guess. Who is that?
Marist, Avi.
Dalton.
No, that's Galileo Galilei. For 10 points, name any 2 of the 4 SeaWorld locations. We're looking for state names.
Marist, Grant.
Florida and California.
Is right for 10 points. Texas and Ohio were the others. For 5 points, undersea exploring with the aid of an air tank is called scuba diving. What do we call undersea exploring with the aid of a short air?
Marist, Avi.
Snorkeling.
Short air tube, snorkeling. Avi, right? For 10 points, identify the 2 most highly developed senses in birds.
Marist, Avi.
Taste and smell.
Not taste and smell. Ithaca.
Ithaca, Brian.
Hearing and sight.
Hearing and sight. Right you are, Brian. 10 points for Ithaca. The score is 25 for Ithaca, 30 for Marist early in the contest. For 5 points, why are stars not visible during the day?
Marist, Grant.
Because the sun blocks out the light coming from them.
Brightness of the sun prevents it. Is right, Grant. Music question for 5. After hearing the music, you'll have the option of identifying this David Rose composition by naming it or demonstrating what you're supposed to do while it's playing.
Marist, Liz.
It's a striptease dance, a song.
No, that's not the answer. Name it or demonstrate what you're supposed to do while it's playing. The answer is the stripper, or we would have accepted a demonstration, Liz, but I'm sorry, no score. For 10 points, who said about a Caribbean invasion, "I am to blame"? How could I have been so far off base?
Marist, Grant.
John F. Kennedy. John F. Kennedy. How could I have been so stupid to let them go ahead, he said. Right, Grant. For 5 points, define and spell provocation.
Marist, Darren.
It's something that provokes an action by someone else. P-R-O-V-O-C-A-T-I-O-N.
No, that's Ithaca. Define and spell provocation.
Ithaca, Lauren.
It's encouragement, and it's P-R-O-V-O-C-A-T-I-O-N.
Judge? Judge says no. The answer, you spelled it right, something that irritates, angers, or excites. Marist, you gave us roughly a form of the word we were looking for, so we needed something else. For 5 points, a thin piece of wood or plastic used in many woodwind instruments. It vibrates.
Ithaca, Brian.
That's a reed.
That is a reed, and you have 5 points, Brian, and I have a 10-pointer. To a real estate agent, what are the 3 most important factors in selling a home?
Marist, Grant.
Price, location, and buyer.
That's not the answer. Ithaca, any real estate agent will tell you the 3 most important things are?
In time, Lauren.
Price, location.
No, the answer is location, location, and location. No score there. I have a 10-point video question for your consideration. The shallow, curving, slow-moving water channels that surround the lower Mississippi River and its delta.
Marist, Avi.
Bayous.
Called bayous by the early French settlers. Avi is right. For 5 points, a space left between the left-hand margin of a line of type or handwriting and the beginning of a sentence or quotation is called what?
Ithaca, Brian.
A tab or indent. Indentation.
Indentation is right. For 5 points. There's the sound. We're out of time in the first quarter play. Let's go to the scoreboard. It is 35 points for Ithaca, New York, 55 for Marist from Atlanta. We'll be right back to meet each one of our contestants and resume play in the bonus round.
There's lots of things that drive me up the wall. People who talk in movie theaters.
People tickling me. Little people that, you know, think they know everything.
Whining, people who whine. People who push their little kids, you know, you've got to do better, you've got to do better.
The feeding frenzy is about to begin.
The commitment to excellence, the dedication to achievement, the qualities that make Team Texaco winners on the track are the same qualities that'll make you a winner in life. Team Texaco encourages you to commit yourself to learning. Dedicate yourself to achievement. At the world's greatest training camp for winners. School. Give it all you've got.
When sports cream, when arms are sore, when legs ache, when muscles hurt. Why sports cream? Massaging sports cream in brings fast pain relief. No medicine-y smell, no odor. Why sports cream? Because it works.
Over 28 million adults get athlete's foot.
I'm Jim Bird. I had athlete's foot until I used NP27. It has an ingredient recommended by doctors.
Look, NP27 stops the burning, itching of athlete's foot fast.
NP27. Nothing's a better cure for athlete's foot.
He brought her champagne and left her with AIDS. Now only 24, Allie Gertz is fighting for life. This week's People tells the heart-rending stories of 7 women struggling to live with a deadly disease. This week, brave women with AIDS. People, that's what we're all about.
I was going to take an engineering job in New York. I got a better offer. I joined the Peace Corps. The way I look at it, the world can wait 2 years for another smoked glass high-rise.
Peace Corps, the toughest job you'll ever learn.
West Virginia welcomes you back to the championship. We're back for more of the Texaco Star National Academic Championship. Now let's meet each one of our contestants. First of all, from Ithaca High School, winners of the Tompkins Cortland Community College High School Challenge out of Dryden, New York. This is an all-senior team. The captain is Lauren Smithline. His cohorts are Julie Amato, David McMurray, and Brian Dunham. Their alternate, Elliot Regenstein, and coach Andrea Kochi. That's the team from Ithaca, New York. Now Marist. Marist is from Atlanta, Georgia. They are the Georgia State champions. They won a tournament sponsored by the Georgia Academic Team Association. The captain is Avi Stadler, a senior. Next to him is Grant Flowers, a junior. Then Darren Kilfara, a sophomore, and Liz Gleeson, a sophomore. Coach Mike Davis, that's the Marist team from Atlanta. Now I'm pleased to introduce our judges for this competition. They are Mike Mastandria from Dallas, Rick Barrientos from Washington, D.C., Cheryl Claypool from Worthington, Ohio, and Carl Papai from Columbus, Ohio. They will be making decisions, and their calls are final. It's bonus round time now with Ithaca trailing Marist 35-55. We have Michelangelo bonus for you if you're right on this 5-point toss-up. He said, "No race can prosper till it learns that there is as much dignity in tilling a field as in writing a poem." This quotation is found in which of Booker T. Washington's works?
Marist, Avi.
Up from slavery.
Up from slavery is right. You have the 5 points. And Avi, Grant, Darren, and Liz will huddle together on Michelangelo. Here's your 5-pointer. In 13 years of writing questions, Michelangelo is the word I have most often misspelled. Can you spell the word Michelangelo?
M-I-C-H-E-L-A-N-G-E-L-O.
Is right for 5 points. Here's your 10-pointer. The most convincing conception of God in Christian art was painted by Michelangelo. Where is it located?
Sistine Chapel, on the roof of the Sistine.
Is it on the roof? Okay. All right. Ceiling, roof,
Ceiling,
same
yeah,
difference for 15 points. How did Michelangelo master the anatomy of the human body for use in his painting? Your answer?
He read Galen's book.
No, that's an intelligent guess, Avi, but he dissected human corpses. That's how he learned. All right, Ithaca and Marist. Math and science will be your next bonus. Here's your 10-point toss-up. The ancient Babylonians made many important mathematical discoveries, including an approximation for pi and a version of the quadratic formula. However, they never learned to write a formula in general terms and then prove it to be true. What ancient culture was the first to develop...
Marist, Avi.
The Chinese.
No, a sound, logical structure for mathematics, Ithaca.
Ithaca, Lauren.
The Greeks.
The Greeks is right. Now, Lauren, Julie, David, and Brian on the math and science bonus. As is our custom, we'll give you 5 seconds to work out the 5-pointer, 10 seconds on the 10-pointer, and so forth. For 5 points, 2 charged chemical spheres are a fixed distance apart. If the charge on one sphere is increased from 2 coulombs to 6 coulombs, the force it exerts on the other sphere is how many times as great?
3 times as great.
3 times as great is right. For 10 points, how many grams of salt are contained in a 55-gram NaCl solution that is 60% water? You have 10 seconds.
22 grams.
22 grams is right. Here's your 15-pointer. A 10-kilogram cart accelerates uniformly from 4 meters per second to 34 meters per second in 6 seconds. What is the acceleration of the cart? Be sure and include the units. You have 15 seconds.
4 meters per second squared.
5 meters per second squared.
You're right for 15. Now, for 20 points and a total of 50, you've just tied it up. This would give you the lead. What work is done by the chemical energy of a dry cell to transfer 5 coulombs of negative charge from its positive plate to its negative plate?
Also
include the units, please. You have 20 seconds.
Work is equal to kinetic energy, keep in mind.
Your answer?
25 joules.
Well, the answer is 7.5 joules. Well, you picked up 30. The score is tied at 75. We have aircraft bonus for you, Marist and Ithaca. If you're right on this 5-point toss-up, what do the 4 H's stand for in the 4-H club?
Marist, Grant.
Health, hand, heart, and head.
You got them all. Just in the nick of time, Grant. Marist back in the lead. Aircraft is your bonus. It's a visual bonus. Avi, Grant, Darren, and Liz, so look at your monitor. Identify these famous aircraft. First, this one.
The Concorde.
Concorde.
Concorde is correct. Now for 10 points.
A7.
Your answer?
A7.
No, that's the Russian MiG-15. We can't go on. Trojan War is your next bonus. Here's your 10-point toss-up. An illegal operation, such as the buying of drugs, conducted by undercover investigators to collect evidence of...
Ithaca, Lauren.
A sting.
Sting is right. A procedure used to investigate Marion Barry is called what? It is a sting. Ithaca, here's your Trojan War bonus. Huddled together for 5 points. In the Trojan War, nearly all of the Greek gods sided with the Greeks. The major exception was the goddess of love. Name her.
Aphrodite.
Aphrodite is correct. For 10 points, the armor, swords, shields, and spears of the Greek and Trojan heroes of Homer's Iliad were made of what alloy?
Bronze.
Bronze.
Bronze is right. Now for 15 points, how many years was Ulysses separated from Penelope?
Oh, we better know. I don't know.
Say 30.
Well, Brian doesn't know.
30.
Not 30 years, it was 20 years. 10 years during the war and then 10 years during the Odyssey. We're out of time in the first half of play. And we'll check the scoreboard first. It's 85 for Marist from Atlanta, 100 for Ithaca from New York. Now the categories for 60 seconds will be head, heart, hands, and health. This is the last of our quarterfinal matches of the Texaco Star National Academic Championship. After this contest, that's it. We'll move into the semifinal round. At stake, $75,000 in Texaco Foundation scholarships. On our show today, it's Ithaca and Marist, New York versus Georgia. You've been advised of the categories. The players know the rules. You're trailing Marist, so Avi, what have you decided on?
Heart.
Heart is the subject. Good luck to you. Start the clock. Here we go. What is heart arrhythmia?
It's irregular beating of the heart.
A regular beating of the heart.
Right. From the Greek for heart and the Latin for vessel, this word describes the circulatory system. It's an adjective.
Cardiary.
Cardiary.
No. A continually high blood pressure is called what?
Hypertension.
Yes. What is a thrombus?
The beat of the heart.
No. What's the acronym for the first aid procedure to restart a heart?
CPR.
Yes. For open heart surgery, a patient must be hooked to what kind of machine?
Electrocardio machine.
No. Almost all heart attacks result from the blockage of what?
Arteries.
More specific?
Aorta.
No. Blood entering the right side of the heart contains what dissolved gas waste product?
CO2.
Right. What do doctors measure with a sphygmomanometer?
The number of beats per minute.
You said number of beats per minute. That is ruled incorrect, and they picked up 40 points on heart. We have a possible 50 waiting for you, Ithaca. From the Greek for heart and the Latin for vessel, this adjective describes the circulatory system.
Vascular.
Cardiovascular.
Cardiovascular is right. What is a thrombus?
Heart attack.
A thrombus is it's like a scab inside a blood vessel.
Like a what?
It's like a clot in the blood vessel.
Clot is right for 10 points. For open heart surgery, a patient must be hooked to what kind of machine?
A heart-lung machine.
Heart-lung machine. Almost all heart attacks result from the blockage of
coronary arteries.
Coronary arteries. And what do doctors measure with a sphygmomanometer?
Blood pressure.
Blood pressure is right. They got all the leftovers. Any future doctors on the Ithaca team?
Not even close.
Not even close, says Brian, okay? Well, Ithaca, it's your turn. Do you want head, hands, or health?
Head.
Head.
Head is the subject. Start the clock. Here we go. What is the skin that covers the top and back of the head?
Scalp.
Scalp. What animal's head most closely resembles that of a human?
Ape. Chimpanzee.
Ape is right. What is the only bone in the head not to be locked into the rigid structure of the skull?
Jawbone.
More specific?
Lower jaw.
Judge says no. What incurable condition in males is caused by the combination of an inherited trait and the effect of testosterone? Baldness is right. What 4 sense organs are located in the human head?
The eyes, the nose, the tongue, and the ears.
Right. What science once believed that such character traits as
Got it.
Right. What are the trapezius, masseter, and sternocleidomastoid examples of?
Neck muscles, I think.
Neck muscles.
Muscles is right. What word for the top of the head can also mean a part of the tooth or a type of headgear?
Crown.
Crown.
Crown. What are the parietal, frontal, and temporal?
Lobes.
Lobes of the brain.
No. What common ailment can be caused by injury, tense muscles, or throbbing arteries in the scalp? Time runs out. And we had, was it 70 points,
70
Judge?
points.
70 points on head. Now that question, what is the only bone in the head not to be locked into the rigid structure of the skull? Judges, we were looking for the scientific term.
We were.
Okay. Mandible, and Marist gets that 10 points. Marist, what are the parietal, frontal, and temporal?
Parts of the brain.
We needed bones of the head. What common ailment can be caused by injury, tense muscles, or throbbing arteries in the scalp?
A headache.
Headache is right. That's it. That's all the questions we have in this round. And with our score, 125 for Marist, 150 for Ithaca. We'll be right back with Stump the Expert. Stay where you are.
We don't inherit the world from our ancestors. We borrow it from our children. I think that's something that we should really think about.
Together, we can stop tearing up our planet.
If you don't know
I was very skeptical, but I'm not now.
about the new generation system
And in 3 months, I could see the difference in it.
and how it may be the best thing ever to happen to your thinning hair,
I don't have to push the hair into place and make it something it isn't.
then call for this information.
It definitely gives you a better feeling about yourself.
The call is free. New generation.
It works.
It's really great.
It's powerful. Hi, I'm Lyle Wagon. If you haven't heard about the new generation system and what it can do for your thinning hair, then call this toll-free number and get free information on the product that has helped millions. Just listen.
I had more body in my hair after a few months of using New Generation than I'd had since I was a kid.
In 6 months, it was thickening back up.
I have found an answer.
Will the new generation system for thinning hair work as well for you? There's only one way to find out. Call for this free information now.
Cooking with regional flair. Learn delectable recipes from the great chefs. Then add a touch of Italian seasoning. Join Pasquale's Kitchen Express. Weekdays at 11 and 2 Eastern. Only on the Discovery Channel.
Oils are different. And personally, I've always been very choosy. A modern engine requires a modern oil. You're asking the oil to do that much more. You've got to feel very, very comfortable with your family car that the engine is smiling when that oil is in there. Be sure that you know the quality of oil that you're putting in there, and you'll always have peace of mind.
Haviland, superior grade motor oil.
For less than $20,000, you can get behind the wheel of a Nissan Maxima, drive off with a Honda Accord, or buy the new Volvo 240. Since only the Volvo comes with a driver's side airbag standard, the decision should take you less than 3/100ths of a second.
The Murine Earwax Removal System has drops that safely loosen hardened wax when used as directed, plus an ear washer to gently flush wax away. Murine, the complete medically approved system to safely remove earwax.
We're back! The score has been adjusted, as you see, and here's our Chief Judge, Mike Mastandria, to explain some adjustments. Mike?
In the head category, Ithaca must be awarded 10 points for lower jaw. They also get 10 points for lobe. However, they lose 10 points on the neck muscle answer. And, of course, because they got mandible or lower jaw, we can't award 10 to Marist, so the score is official.
Thank you, Mike Mastandria. And questions used on this program are provided by Questions Unlimited of Columbus, Ohio. Now, if you'd like information on how to get involved in exciting academic competition next season on a local or national basis, here's where to write. National Academic Association, P.O. Box 14798, Columbus, Ohio 43214. Contestants will have a series of rapid-fire questions until we're out of time, starting with this 20-point art question. Who was the pre-Impressionism French artist whose most famous work is The Gleaners? Let's take a look.
Marist Grant.
Nene. Not Nene. Ithaca?
Ithaca David.
Corot. No, it's Jean-Francois Millet. For 15 points, a question from the Bible. Who said, bring forth the best robe and put it on him, and put a ring on his hand, and...
Ithaca Lauren.
Pharaoh.
No. And shoes on his feet, and bring hither the fatted calf and kill it.
Marist Darren.
The father of the prodigal son.
The father of the prodigal son. Well done, Darren. A 20-point question now. When fishing. When fishing for yellow perch, most ice fishermen prefer baiting with what?
Marist Darren.
Worms.
Not worms. Ithaca, do you know?
Ithaca Brian.
Minnows.
Minnows is right. Excellent, Brian. Here's a 15-pointer. What nuptial name refers to cascades in both Yosemite National Park and Niagara?
Ithaca Brian.
Bridal veil.
Bridal veil. Well done, Brian. For 20 points, which branch of physics focuses on the structure of the atom and the motion of atomic...
Ithaca Brian.
Quantum mechanics.
Quantum mechanics, worth 20 points. For Brian and Ithaca, I have a 20-point music question. One of opera's most familiar arias is heard next. Identify either the composer or the title of the opera.
Ithaca Brian.
Verdi.
Verdi is right. Rigoletto, the opera. Enrico Caruso, the voice. For 15 points, identify the only nation in Southeast Asia that has never been ruled by a Western...
Marist Grant.
Thailand.
Thailand is right. Very good, Grant. For 20 points, only 2 naturally occurring compounds are found in the liquid state at temperatures compatible with...
Ithaca Brian.
Mercury and bromine.
No, at temperatures compatible with life. Water is one. Marist, what is the other?
Marist Darren.
Mercury.
No, we're talking about compounds, and the answer is oil. For 15 points, his statement known as the Freeport Doctrine won him a seat in the U.S. Senate, but lost him the presidency. Name this statesman.
Marist Avi.
Henry Clay.
It was not Henry Clay. That's a good try.
Ithaca Brian.
Douglas.
Stephen Douglas is right. Here's a 20-point math question. What is the area of a ring bounded by circles with radii of 9 meters and 6 meters?
Ithaca Lauren.
45 pi.
45 pi meters squared is
2
good
minutes
for
left.
20 points. The 2 minutes warning has been issued to both benches. I have a 20-point art question. A master of graceful composition, the artist owes the constancy of his fame to the wide range of his subjects and the extraordinary varieties of his style. Here is one of his many paintings.
Marist Grant.
Titian.
It's not Titian. Ithaca.
Ithaca David.
Raphael.
Raphael is right for 20 points. Here's a 15-point question. The home of North America's white rhino stud farm is what city's zoo?
Marist Avi.
San Diego.
That's a good guess. Ithaca.
Ithaca Brian.
Washington.
No, it's in Houston. For 20 points, in 1926, 11-year-old Johnny Sylvester became part of baseball lore. This kid who had been kicked in the head by a pony was made a bedside promise by a famous athlete.
Marist Darren.
Babe Ruth.
I'll go on for Ithaca. Who was the athlete, and what was the promise?
Ithaca Brian.
Babe Ruth. He said he'd hit a home run for him.
And he hit 3 the next day, Brian, in fact, for 20 points. I have now a 15-point question. In what U.S. state has the record temperature? In what U.S. state has the recorded temperature?
Ithaca Brian.
Maine.
Let me finish, Marist. Recorded temperature never gone above 100 degrees Fahrenheit or below 0 degrees Fahrenheit. Got it?
Marist Avi.
Texas.
No, it's Hawaii. It's over 100 degrees out there now, Avi. For 20 points, one of Chaucer's tales is both a fable and a mock epic. Which one?
Marist Grant.
The Pardoner's Tale.
No. Ithaca. It's the Nun's Priest's Tale. 15-point music. You may want to write down these 3 items. Composer, musical instrument, musical form. Now identify any 2 of the 3 items. Listen.
Ithaca Lauren.
Bach and organ.
Is right, and fugue was the other. 15 points. For 15 points in the poem by Lord Byron. She walks in beauty like the night. There's the sound. The contest is over. Our final score is 165 for Marist from Atlanta, 395 for Ithaca. Congratulations to Ithaca, New York. Thank you for joining us. Next week at this same time, we have the semifinals. That's Booker T. Washington from Oklahoma against White Plains from New York. Chip Veal, see you then.
When sports cream, when arms are sore, when legs ache.
First, for 5 points, listen. No, it's not Notre Dame. The song is The Eyes of Texas. The answer... adequately guide its use. Both rulings involved cases...
Booker T. Washington, Matt.
The 8th Amendment, that cruel and unusual punishment.
I'll go on for Lincoln, that originated in the same deep South state. Name it, Lincoln.
Lincoln, Ben.
Georgia.
Georgia is right. Aaron versus Georgia and Greg versus Georgia. Roots for Lincoln. For 5 points, what does the root word in all of these words mean? Nullify, annul, annulment.
Yeah, nothing.
Nothing is right. First time you'll ever say nothing on this show and get points for it, eh, Mike? For 10 points, the root in the words mundanity and mundane means what?
Normal. Ordinary. World. Ordinary.
Ordinary.
Your answer?
Ordinary.
No, it means world. I heard that suggestion discussed from Paul, but it wasn't passed on. You picked up 5, though, in roots. The score is 60-45 in favor of Florida. We have Centennials bonus for you if you get this 10-point audio toss-up. This song was on the charts for what artist when he was killed? Listen.
No matter how strong. Booker T. Washington, Matt.
Roy Orbison.
No, listen to about...
Lincoln, Ben.
Hank Williams.
Hank Williams! He got it on the first note. I'll never get out of this world alive. Okay, Lincoln, huddle together. Centennials. In honor of this year, we will recount events occurring in years ending in 90. Identify these years. First, for 5 points. Hundreds of Indians massacred at Wounded Knee, South Dakota.
1890.
It is right for 5. They get harder for 10 points. The first census is taken in the U.S.
1790? Yeah. 1790.
It was 1790, right. And for 15 points, William Shakespeare writes Richard III.
1590? Yeah, 1590.
It was 1590, yes. Good teamwork on the Lincoln team. Now for 20 points, Frederick I Barbarossa, Holy Roman Emperor, dies. You'll really know your history if you get this one right.
1390.
No, that was back in 1190. But you did pick up 30 points. Motion pictures your next bonus. Teams, this 10-point toss-up. The Great Pyramid was so constructed that in 2170 BC, a certain group of bright stars could be seen through the South Passageway at midnight on the first day of spring. Name these stars located in the constellation Taurus.
Booker T. Washington, Danny.
The Pleiades.
The Pleiades, the 7 sisters. Danny Geffen grabs the opportunity for the Tulsa squad. Okay, Booker T. Washington, huddle together. Motion picture is your bonus. For 5 points, name the director of the motion picture, The Purple Rose of Cairo.
Woody Allen.
Woody Allen.
Woody Allen, yes. For 10 points, what was by far the most successful TV sitcom ever adapted from a hit movie?
MASH.
MASH.
MASH, yes. For 15 points, which true life lovers played Kate and Petruchio in the film The Taming of the Shrew?
Richard Burton and Elizabeth Taylor. Yeah.
Burton and Taylor.
Richard Burton, Elizabeth Taylor. Assist from Danny on that one now for 20 points. And the lead, who wrote the movie from which the TV series The Odd Couple was drawn?
Neil Simon.
Simon.
Neil Simon is right. Just ran the category. 50 points total. There's the sound. The first half is history. Now let's go to the scoreboard. It is 105 for Tulsa and 100 for Tallahassee. When we come back, contestants will be playing the 60 seconds round, and your categories will be auto racing, breakfast buffet, do-it-yourself, and computers. 8 high school teams remain in pursuit of the $75,000 in Texaco Foundation scholarships. Lincoln against Booker T. Washington. All right, Lincoln, you're trailing by 5 points, so you get to pick first in 60 seconds. Mike, what have you decided on?
We'll take breakfast buffet.
Breakfast buffet is the subject. Start the clock. Here we go. Name these items that might be found on a breakfast buffet. First, what Elizabethan writer is most often suggested as the real author of Shakespeare's plays?
Bacon. Bacon.
Bacon. Who was Noah's oldest son?
Ham.
Ham. What unofficial league holds Major League spring training games in Florida?
Grapefruit League. Grapefruit.
Right. What Kurt Vonnegut Jr. novel was published in
Breakfast of Champions.
Right. What jeweled objects were the specialty of Russian Carl Fabergé? Eggs, yes. What type of makeup did Max Factor invent?
Eggshell.
Eggshell.
No. What sort of extended movie are the Flash Gordon episodes examples of?
Cereals. Cereals.
Right. What nationality are musical comedian Victor Borge, physicist Niels Bohr, and composer Carl...
Danish.
Danish. Cheers, Skål, and To Your Health are examples of what?
Toast.
Toasts. What specifically is à votre santé?
To your...
The time runs out. You got 80 points on breakfast buffet. Well handled, Lincoln from Tallahassee. Now from Tulsa, Booker T. Washington. Breakfast buffet. Items that might be found on a breakfast buffet. What type of makeup did Max Factor invent?
Pancake.
Pancake is right. And what specifically is à votre santé? Your answer?
Orange juice.
No, that's a French toast. Okay? Well, Booker T. Washington, it's your turn up to bat now. What do you have?
Do it yourself.
Do it yourself is the subject. Start the clock. Here we go. Before painting, you would use this to fill holes and cracks.
Spackle.
Right. The trademark for this screwdriver was the inventor's last name.
Phillips.
Right. What do you do when you stop up the cracks of a window frame with a filler?
Caulk.
Yes. What, you would use this thin mortar to fill in the grooves around ceramic tile.
Slip.
No. The name of this tool includes the shape of the moon in certain phases.
Crescent wrench.
Right. This tool has a part that fits over a nut or bolt of a specific size and shape.
Ratchet.
No. Putting one of these flat rings behind the head of a bolt helps it lock into place.
Washer.
Right. This long, flexible tool can be inserted into a clogged pipe to clear it.
Snake.
It is a snake. Slip joint and needle-nosed are varieties of this gripping tool.
Pliers.
Right. And finally, the first power tool most people buy, it has many attachments.
Drill.
Drill, yes. Just in time. We got through all 10 of them. You got 80 points on Do It Yourself. Lincoln, a possible 20 for you. You would use this thin mortar to fill in the grooves around ceramic tile.
Putty.
Well, we needed grout.
Oh.
Finally, this tool has a part that fits over a nut or bolt of a specific size and shape.
A wrench.
More specific?
Monkey wrench. Monkey wrench.
No, we needed socket wrench there. That's all we have time for in 60 seconds. We'll be back with the fourth and final quarter in just a moment.
You've got not only a polluted world, but we've got a world that can't eat, a world with too many diseases. I think we need to take care of a lot of these major social problems, and I think that the American people especially are going to have to quit looking at something as their next door neighbor's problem and not to say, not in my backyard, and then until it's too late. I think that we all should look and say, one world, one community, we've got to clean it up one way or another. And the taxpayers especially are going to have to realize that that money has got to come from somewhere, and as a rich nation, we're going to have to cough some of it up before we all go under.
Turn to C-SPAN for a first-hand look at this year's economic summit. We'll take you to Houston, where leaders from Great Britain, Canada, France, Germany, Italy, Japan, and the United States are meeting to discuss important trade issues. You'll have the chance to attend summit news conferences and to call in your questions. Tune in July 9th, 10th, and 11th for complete coverage of the Economic Summit, only on C-SPAN.
America's Olympic hopefuls step into the spotlight in a sports extravaganza, the U.S. Olympic Festival.
ESPN presents 9 days of coverage showcasing brilliant performances by determined athletes as they begin their journey to the Olympic Games. Follow the flame in an American celebration of Olympic sports, the U.S. Olympic Festival, July 7th through the 15th, live on ESPN.
Plant spews radioactive waste. Nearby, residents are falling ill. Can they stop the dumping? Join me on the next Global Warning. Tonight at 7 Eastern, only on the Discovery Channel.
You don't have to worry when rain keeps pouring down, 'cause your home can take it whatever comes around.
Olympic Oil Stain has pure linseed oil. Since oil and water don't mix, it helps stop water damage.
It's no wonder we'll stop the rain.
Olympic stops the rain.
Protect your home with Olympic products now and save an additional $2 per gallon.
Success has many faces. It could be a firefighter like Janice Henderson, a marine biologist like Richard Radke, or an actress like my friend Madeline Rue. For them and 250,000 other Americans who have multiple sclerosis, success can also mean getting up each morning to live life on their own terms. They don't want your pity, but they could use your help. Call 1-800-624-8236.
A perplexing problem has puzzled young people since the beginning of time. How to get a job without experience, and how to get experience without a job.
The answer is cooperative education.
I knew that.
Sullivan, Illinois says, welcome back, America.
Now the score is 180 for Lincoln from Tallahassee, 195 for Booker T. Washington from Tulsa. Questions used on this program are prepared by Questions Unlimited of Columbus, Ohio. Now, if your high school would like to get involved next year in an exciting academic competition on a local or national basis, we'd like to hear from you, and here's where to write. National Academic Association, P.O. Box 14798, Columbus, Ohio 43214. We're into the final quarter now, contestants. We'll have a series of rapid-fire questions until we're out of time, starting with this 15-point art question. So check out your monitor. I want you to identify any two of the following 3 items about this painting, which sold in May for a record $82.5 million. Artist, association the subject had to the painter.
Booker T. Washington, Danny.
Van Gogh, and the subject was the painter's doctor.
That's right, for 15 points. Or nationality of the painting's buyer, which would be, you know the nationality of the buyer, Danny? Was Japanese, right. For 15 points, Berlin has a new billboard, 3,000 feet long. An East German advertising firm has acquired the rights to sell space on it. What's unusual?
Booker T. Washington, Danny.
It's where the Berlin Wall was.
It's part of the Berlin Wall, that's correct. For 20 points, what Latin term meaning year of miracles has been used to describe the startling change-filled year of 1989? Any Latin students?
Booker T. Washington, Danny.
Anna Miracula.
That's not it, Danny. Can you guess, Lincoln? It's Annus Mirabilis. No score. I have a 20-pointer. Many tyrants fell in 1989. What was Lord Acton's famous thesis about tyranny?
Booker T. Washington, Phoebe.
Power corrupts absolutely, and absolute power corrupts absolutely.
No, that's not the answer. Lincoln, for 20 points, do you have a try?
Lincoln, Mike.
Power corrupts, absolute power corrupts absolutely.
Is right for 20 points. The score is 200 for Lincoln, 225 for Booker T. Washington. Here's a 15-point math question. Tell me what common fraction is the equivalent of the decimal figure 0.3125. They're figuring out the fraction that is equivalent to 0.3125. About 5 more seconds of figuring.
Booker T. Washington, math.
17 over 40.
That's incorrect. Lincoln, do you know? It's 5/16. For 20 points, here's a music question. Name the 20th century American composer of the musical selection you're about to hear and the instrument as well.
Booker T. Washington, Danny.
Gershwin and the oboe.
No, that's incorrect.
Lincoln Mike.
Gershwin and saxophone.
No, that's the clarinet. And Gershwin from Rhapsody in Blue for 20 points. To the nearest 100 degrees Fahrenheit, the surface temperature of the planet Venus is approximately...
Lincoln Mike.
271 degrees.
Not the answer.
Booker T. Washington Danny.
400 degrees.
No, 900 degrees. For 15 points, what is the translation of Wagner's opera Der Fliegende Holländer?
Booker T. Washington Danny.
The Flying Dutchman.
Well done, Danny, the Flying Dutchman. 15 points added to Booker T. Washington. Here's a 20-pointer. What did Jesus say to disperse the crowd about to stone the adulteress?
Lincoln Mike.
Let he who is without sin among you cast the first stone.
Is exactly right, Mike. You have 20 points, and I have a 15-pointer in writing. The clear connection of ideas in an orderly fashion is called what? I'll tell you that we're looking for a 9-letter word starting with...
Booker T. Washington Ryan.
Coherence.
Coherence is right, Ryan. Very good. 15-point art question. Look at this unusual and, in its day, very controversial painting and give me the title for...
Booker T. Washington Danny.
Yellow Christ.
By Paul Gauguin is right. For 15 points, what fuel of the future, which delivers more horsepower and a higher octane rating than gasoline, is the fuel of choice for the Indianapolis 500?
Lincoln Paul.
Methanol.
Methanol, yes. For 20 points, identify the popular expression used to describe a place where the political wheeling and dealing of machine bosses is conducted.
Lincoln Mike.
Smoke-filled
It
room.
is a smoke-filled room.
Less
You
than
have
2
20
minutes.
points. I have a 15-pointer. The 2-minute warning has been given to both benches. For 15 points, in May of 1863, outnumbered more than 2 to 1, the Confederate forces led by Robert E. Lee pushed back the Union troops from this town in what is said to have been Lee's most brilliant battle. Can you name it?
Lincoln Mike.
Antietam.
It was not Antietam. Booker T. Washington, you lead by 25. Can you guess? The answer is Chancellorsville. For 20 points, this grazing animal that lives in the mountain regions of Peru and Bolivia resembles the...
Lincoln Ben.
The llama.
No, it resembles the llama, but has much longer wool of...
Booker T. Washington Danny.
The alpaca.
We're going for alpaca. That's good for 20 points. Here's a 20-point music question. Written in anticipation of the composer's return to his native land. This work has long since become a favorite, hummed and whistled around the world. Listen and give me the title.
Booker T. Washington Phoebe.
Going home.
Well, you have about 10, 15 seconds of listening time, Lincoln.
Lincoln Ben.
My Old Kentucky.
Well, that's Humoresque by Dvorak. No score, I have a 20-pointer. The Aryans brought to India 4 great religious books, which are the holy books of Hinduism to the present day. What are these books called?
Lincoln Ben.
The Bhagavad Gita.
No, that's a good guess, Ben. Washington.
Booker T. Washington Danny.
Four Sutra.
No, the Vedas. For 15 points, what position did Billy Martin play for the New York...
Lincoln Paul.
Second base.
He did. He played second base, Paul. For 15 points, at low altitudes, the summer air is cooler near the ocean or large lake than it is in the center of a continent. Why?
Lincoln Mike.
Water retains temperatures better than land does.
Judge. Yes, that's the answer for 15 points. I have a 15-pointer. 140 degrees longitude. There's the sound. The contest is over. And the final score is, as you see it, Tallahassee, Lincoln, 280. Booker T. Washington from Tulsa, 295. Congratulations to both teams for a game very well played. On our next show, it's Bel Air from Texas facing White Plains from New York. This is Chip Beal. So long, everybody.
Texas, and the Texaco Star National Academic Championship, where the best will face their toughest competition. Over 2,500 teams of the brightest students in America accepted the challenge. Now, 8 teams remain, and only one will win. Here is your host, Chip Beal.
Thank you so much. This is the Texaco Star National Academic Championship. On today's edition of the show, it's Bel Air, Texas against White Plains, New York. All right, contestants, you know the rules. When you hear this sound, it means your answer is right. This tone indicates an incorrect response. And this sound, the end of the quarter. Good luck to Bel Air and White Plains. Here's your first question. It's worth 5 points. The lamp of the world is extinguished, and it is the whole world which has perished in the ruins of this one city.
Bel Air, Eric.
Berlin.
No. St. Jerome, White Plains, was referring to what ancient city?
White Plains, Michael.
Rome.
Rome, sure. That's right. White Plains first on the scoreboard. Here's another 5-pointer. Live and film were the 2 ways to present a TV show before what was invented?
White Plains, David.
Videotape.
Videotape. You're so right. For 5 points, if direct pressure and elevation of a wound fail to stem the bleeding, 2 other techniques can be attempted.
White Plains, David.
Tourniquet.
That's one of them. Name either. Pressure on the arteries, the other. The first 3 questions, White Plains has an early 15-0 lead. A 10-point visual question. Please check out your monitor. This device is used to determine the latitude of
Bel Air, David.
An astrolabe.
latitude of heavenly bodies is an astrolabe. For 5 points, what is the only industrialized nation in the world that has not raised its environmental agency to
Bel Air, Eric.
Japan.
to ministerial status? White Plains.
White Plains, Michael.
China.
It's the United States. No score. A 10-point question awaiting you. Name 1 year in which the Federal Theater of the Works Progress Administration brought plays to more than 20.
White Plains, Michael.
1937.
Yes, that's right in the middle, Michael. 1935 to 1939. This is a 10-point question. What 5-syllable adjective is given to diseases that are caused by germs and spread from objects?
Bel Air, Eric.
Communicable.
Communicable is the answer. Objects of people to other people. A music question worth 5. Whose life is the subject of the autobiographical film Hail, Hail, Rock and Roll? Listen.
Bel Air, David.
Chuck Berry.
Chuck Berry got it before the music. So we're going to play no particular place to go, David. For 5 points, the stones at Stonehenge are arranged so that on Midsummer Day, a person standing at the center of the monument and looking through the opening between 2 of the outer circle of stones
White Plains, Michael.
Can see the sun.
can see the sun pass over the heel stone outside the monument. Give that man 5 points. And I have a 10-pointer. What 2 countries rank in the top 3 in both area and population?
White Plains, David.
United States, China, and Soviet Union.
No, that's not the answer. What 2 countries rank in the top 3, Bel Air, in both area and population?
Bel Air, Eric.
Soviet Union and China.
That's the answer for 10 points. Bel Air has taken an early lead, 35 to 30. And I have a 5-pointer. Operation Just Cause forced Panama's General Manuel Noriega to go into hiding in 1989, and the United States offered $1 million for his capture. What word designates a reward given by the government?
White Plains, Michael.
Bounty.
For the killing or capture of an individual is right, for 5. For 10 points, baseball is 90% mental. The other half is physical. Who said it?
White Plains, Kevin.
Yogi Berra.
It was Yogi Berra, Kevin. Right you are, 10 points. And White Plains leads it now 45 to 35. A 10-point video question for you. Look at your monitor. In what setting would you find this sort of frenzied activity?
White Plains, Kevin.
On the stock exchange?
That's the answer. Stock market, trading floor of the commodities exchange. Math question worth 5. If a wheel rotates 12 times per minute, how many degrees does it rotate in 5 seconds?
White Plains, David.
360 degrees, right. 1 full rotation. I heard the tone. That brings to a close the first quarter of play. Now let's check on the score. It's 60 for White Plains, New York, 35 for Bel Air, Texas. We're coming right back to meet each one of our players and resume play in the second quarter. So stay with us.
National Academic Championship.
And the score at the start of the second round is 35 for Bel Air from Texas, 60 for White Plains, New York. Now let's meet each one of our outstanding contestants. Bel Air High School, winners of the Texaco Star Academic Challenge in the Houston area. This is an all-senior team. The captain is Eric Victory, followed by Tricia Johnson, David Carnes, and Andrew Roselle. Their alternates, Sarah Nelson and Scott Noodleman. Coach Ida Medlin, that's the team from Bel Air High School. Now, the winners of the Texaco Star Academic Challenge in Westchester County, New York. White Plains High School, Kevin Jasko, the captain, a senior. David Green, a junior. Michael Collins, a junior, and Allison Tartaglia, a sophomore. With their alternates, Irene Gruenfeld and Jonathan Rodney and Coach Les Roby. That's the team from White Plains. Now, let's meet the judges. They are Mike Mastandria from Dallas, Brick Barrientos, Washington, D.C., Cheryl Claypool, Worthington, Ohio, Brooke Sanders, Dryden, New York, and Carl Papai, Columbus, Ohio. They will be making the judgment calls, and as in any contest, their decisions will be final. We're ready then for the bonus round. Here we go. King David is your first bonus. Get your hand on your buzzer for this 10-point toss-up. In what section of New York is James Baldwin's Go Tell It on the Mountain set?
White Plains, Kevin.
The Adirondacks.
Not the Adirondacks. Bel Air.
Bel Air, Andrew.
Long Island.
No, that's in Harlem. No score. Here's a 10-pointer. Give me the phrase conceived in the Eisenhower administration and used during the Kennedy one for the version of increased representation of women and qualified minority members.
White Plains, Kevin.
Affirmative action.
Is the word we were looking for, the expression affirmative action. White Plains will attempt to increase their lead, depending on their knowledge of King David. For 5 points, what musical instrument did King David play?
The harp.
He did. He played the harp. For 10 points, with whom did King David commit adultery?
Bathsheba.
Bathsheba, right. For 15 points, how many kings ruled Israel before David?
One.
Just one, that's right. And for 20 points and a total of 50. From whom was David fleeing when he wrote the 3rd Psalm?
The Philistines?
No, it was actually his son Absalom, Kevin. You picked up 30, though. You've got a 100-35 lead. Germany is your next bonus. Everybody, get your hands on your buzzers for this 10-point toss-up. Name the Rice University coach in the mid-1920s who has a trophy named after him.
Bel Air, Tricia.
Heisman?
Heisman. John Heisman is right. You have 10 points. And the Germany bonus. Bel Air, for 5 points, 4 of West Germany's major political parties have Democratic in their names. Name any one of them.
Christian Democratic.
Christian Democratic is right. Social Democratic, Free Democratic, and National Democratic were the others. For 10 points, what West German political party includes many Nazis? Again, they are Christian Democratic, Social Democratic, Free Democratic, and National Democratic.
Republican.
No, it's the National Democratic Party. Republican was not one of the choices. No score. We have area bonus next. Here's a 5-point toss-up for both schools. It's a music question. Who gave one listen to Ghostbusters and sued Ray Parker Jr.?
White Plains, Kevin.
Huey Lewis.
Huey Lewis. We didn't even need to hear the music. Nice job, Kevin. This is your area bonus. It's a math bonus, so we give you 5 seconds to work out the 5-pointer, 10 seconds for the 10-pointer, and so forth. For 5 points, what is the area of a square with perimeter 16? You have 5 seconds. 16 is right. For 10 points, a trapezoid has a height of 10 centimeters and bases of 6 and 9 centimeters. What is its area? You have 10 seconds.
75.
75 square centimeters is right. They don't need the figuring time. For 15 points, what is the area of an equilateral triangle with side 3? You have 15 seconds.
Okay. 3 radical 2?
No, the answer is 9/4 radical 3. You picked up 15 on math, White Plains. Floral is your next bonus. Everybody get your hand on your buzzer. This is a 5-point, a 10-point question. In 1965, Ralph Nader wrote a book called Unsafe at Any Speed.
Bel Air, David.
The Chevrolet Corvair.
No, I'll go on for White Plains, in which he attacked the automobile industry for lack of concern about safety in the construction of cars. What's the term given to Nader's group of attorneys which examines government, trade, and...
White Plains, Michael.
Nader's Raiders.
Nader's Raiders is right for 10 points. And White Plains is building up a big lead in the bonus round. Floral is your bonus. It's a visual bonus. Look at your monitor. Let's see if you can recognize these flowers. First for 5 points.
Lilies.
Right. Now for 10 points.
Violets.
No, those are pansies. Pansies. We have no more time in the bonus round. Let's check that scoreboard. It's 50 for Bel Air, Texas. White Plains from New York, 135. When we return, we'll have these categories for your consideration. 16th century, 17th century, 18th century, and 19th century. $75,000 in Texaco Foundation scholarships at stake here. Bel Air from Texas against White Plains from New York. Bel Air, you're trailing, so it'll be up to you to select first. Eric, what have you decided on?
19th century, please.
19th century is the subject. Start the clock. Here we go. In what European city was the first exhibit of Impressionist paintings held in 1874?
Paris.
Right. What 1856 treaty ended the Crimean War?
Lvov.
No. What kind of trade was abolished in the British Empire in 1807?
Slave trade.
Right. President James Garfield was assassinated in what year?
1880.
French chemist Louis Pasteur gave the first inoculation against what disease in 1880? Rabies. Franz Joseph of Austria became king of what other country in 18...
Hungary.
Right. In what state did Lincoln debate Douglas for a seat in the Senate?
Illinois.
Right. By what name was the terror organization formed by ex-Confederate soldiers known?
Ku Klux Klan.
Sure. In 1848, the island of Java was restored to what European power?
The Netherlands.
Right. Plenty of time in your last one. Name any one of the 4 states admitted in 1889.
Wyoming.
Not Wyoming, no. I believe, did they get 70 points, Mike Mastandria? Yes, 70 points on 19th century for Bel Air. White Plains, it's your turn. What 1856 treaty ended the Crimean War?
Treaty of Crimea.
No, it was the Treaty of Paris. President Garfield was assassinated in what year?
1881.
1881 is right. How about this one? Name any one of the 4 states admitted in 1889.
North Dakota.
North Dakota is right. The other is South Dakota, Montana, and the other one was Washington. White Plains, it's up to you to select from 16th, 17th, or 18th century.
The 18th century, please.
18th century they want. Start the clock. Here we go. What state boasted the most signers of the Declaration of Independence?
Virginia.
Not Virginia. George Washington, the father of our country. How many children did he have?
None.
Correct, none. The colonists known as the Pennsylvania Dutch were not Dutch at all. What were they?
They were German.
German. Because of their brightly colored uniforms, British soldiers during the Redcoats, what famous ship was purposely burned at Pitcairn's Island in 1790?
What? The Bounty.
The Bounty. Who defeated the Mamluks at the Battle of the Pyramids in 1798?
Napoleon.
Right. Of Haydn, Brahms, Bach, and Beethoven, which produced no work in the 18th century?
Beethoven.
No. What country had only 2 provinces in 1791?
Canada.
Right. What English chemist discovered both hydrochloric and sulfuric acid in 1775?
Priestley.
It was Priestley. Name either of the brothers who published the Pennsylvania Gazette from 1729 to 1765.
Franklin.
Do we need more specific, Judge, on that one? No. James or Benjamin Franklin is right. Well, you picked up 80 points on 8. The score is 130 for Bel Air from Houston, 235 for White Plains, New York. Questions used on this program are provided by Questions Unlimited of Columbus, Ohio. Now, if your high school has a team that would like to get involved in exciting academic competition next year on a local or national basis, we'd like to hear from you. And here's where to write. National Academic Association, P.O. Box 14798, Columbus, Ohio, 43214. Now it's time for Stump the Experts. Contestants will have a series of rapid-fire questions until time runs out, starting with this visual question for 20 points. A superb portraitist. His paintings are marvels of detail. The lifelike quality of this work...
White Plains, David.
Rembrandt? Not Rembrandt. Take another look, Bel Air. Entitled Portrait of a Musician is indicative of the artist's ability to capture the personality of his subjects. Name the artist and pick up 20 points.
Bel Air, Eric.
Rubens.
No, that was Leonardo da Vinci. For 15 points, name all 3 states in which the Triple Crown races are run.
White Plains, Kevin.
Kentucky, Maryland, and New York.
You got them all, Kevin. Good for 15 points. I have a 20-pointer. This granite This granite cube in the center of Mecca is said to have been built by
Bel-Air Eric.
The Kaaba.
the Kaaba. That's right, for 20 points. I have a 15-pointer. King Claudius makes sure of getting rid of Hamlet by poisoning both a cup of wine and a sword. Who finally does in Hamlet with the poisoned sword?
White Plains Kevin.
Laertes.
Laertes is right, Kevin. For 20 points, these traditional Thanksgiving vegetables are often confused. One is a tuber, and one is part of a plant's fibrous root.
White Plains Michael.
Potatoes?
No, let me finish, Bel-Air. Fibrous root system. Name either and tell me what part of the plant it comes from. Name either one and tell me what.
Bel-Air Andrew.
Squash is a tuber.
No, yam, tuber, sweet potato root. 20-point music question. When in Hungary, he said, "There was no one about me, and I was compelled to become original." His name was Franz Joseph Haydn, who wrote 104 symphonies, 24 operas, and a number of cantatas. Listen to a selection from his most famous oratorio and name the work.
Bel-Air Eric.
Water music.
No.
White Plains Allison.
The Hallelujah Chorus?
No, that is Haydn's creation. For 15 points, identify the food of baby killer whales.
White Plains Kevin.
Plankton.
Not plankton. No, that would be adult.
Bel-Air Tricia.
Their mother's milk.
Milk is right. Add 15 points to the Bel-Air score. It's 165 to 265. I have a 20-pointer. Give the phrase in Article 2, Section 2 of the U.S. Constitution that enables the Senate to act as a check on the appointive and treaty-making powers of the President.
Bel-Air Eric.
Advice and consent.
Advice and consent is right for 20 points. For 15 points. Why did Napoleon divorce Josephine?
White Plains Kevin.
She committed adultery.
That's not the reason, Kevin. Bel-Air?
Bel-Air Tricia.
She couldn't bear him any children.
Is that enough? Okay, we don't need more specific?
No.
Okay, she hadn't produced a male heir is what the judges wanted. For 15 points, its scenic beauty and mild climate make it a popular vacation area. The French Riviera is also called what?
Bel-Air Eric.
La Côte d'Azur.
Is right. For 15 points. Very good. Here's a 20-point art question. Look at your monitor. One of the rarest treasures of art. There are only 36 works of this painter.
Bel-Air Tricia.
Vermeer?
Jan Vermeer is right for 20 points. I have a 15-point question. Name any 3 of the 7 quail species listed as endangered by the United States.
White Plains David.
The blue, the humpback, and the gray.
Is right. The bowhead, the right to stay, and the sperm are the others. A 20-point math question. The length of a rectangular lot is 2 yards more than its width. Find the length and width if the area is increased by 70 square yards when the width is tripled. I'll repeat. The length of a rectangular lot is 2 yards more than its width. Find the length and width if the area is increased 70 square yards when the width is tripled. White Plains leads it now by 60.
Bel-Air Eric.
5 yards and 7 yards.
Is right for 20 points. Here's the 15-point question. The last movement. The last movement of Beethoven's Ninth Symphony features a setting of Schiller's Ode to Joy. Musicologists believe that Schiller originally planned to call the ode something else, which would have involved changing the choral shots of Freude, meaning joy, to Freiheit, which means what?
Bel-Air Andrew.
Fright?
No. White Plains, can you take it?
White Plains Kevin.
Freedom.
Freedom is right. Well done. Here's a 20-point question. The three Baltic states are Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania. Name any 2 of the 3 Baltic capitals.
White Plains David.
Riga and...
Bel-Air Eric.
Tallinn and Riga.
That's right. Bill Nielsen with the earth. Here's a 15-point music question. Haydn loved the music of one composer so well that the music sung at Haydn's funeral was the following composition. Listen and name the composer.
Bel-Air Andrew.
Bach?
No.
White Plains Michael.
Wagner?
No, that's Mozart's Requiem. For 15 points, at which present-day city did the first Swedish immigrants to the New World arrive at Fort Christiana on March 20...
White Plains David.
Philadelphia?
No, on March 29th, 1638. Which present-day...
Bel-Air Eric.
Dover.
No, that's a good try. It's Wilmington. For 20 points, Bill Cosby gave $20 million to Spelman College in 1988. It was the largest amount ever given to a black college. In which city is Spelman?
White Plains Kevin.
Atlanta, Georgia.
It is in Atlanta. You have 20 points, and I have a 15-pointer. Give the name of the printing process, meaning writing with stone, that is based...
Bel-Air David.
Lithograph.
Yes, lithograph. Correct. I have a 15-point math question. If you paid 2-minute warning has been given. If you paid $450 for a note that will pay $500 in 6 months, what annual simple interest rate will you earn to the nearest full percent? You paid $450 for a note that will pay $500 in 6 months. What's the annual simple interest rate you will earn?
Bel Air, Eric.
11%.
Is incorrect. White Plains.
White Plains, Kevin.
22%.
22% is right. Here's another math question for 20 points. Find the second derivative of the function x, open parentheses, x plus 1, close parentheses, cubed. The second derivative we're looking for 20 points. White Plains now leads 330 to 275. Is 12x squared plus 18x plus 6. Here's a 20-pointer. What Byzantine monk had an alphabet named after him?
Bel Air, Eric.
Cyril.
Right. Here's a 15-pointer. What fictitious MD was inspired by his lover to write the Lara poems? The Lara poems.
White Plains, Allison.
Dr. Zhivago.
Dr. Zhivago is right for 20 points. Upon the completion of the Hagia Sophia, this Roman emperor is said to have exclaimed, Solomon, I have outdone thee. Name the builder.
Bel Air, Tricia.
Constantine.
No, of the focus of religious life in the ancient city of Constantinople, White Plains.
White Plains, Kevin.
Eric.
No, it was Justinian for 15 points. The Persian king who lost at Marathon shared his name with the Persian king who lost.
White Plains, David.
Xerxes.
No, lost his entire empire to Alexander. What was this common name?
Bel Air, Eric.
Darius.
Right. For 20 points, name the character who suffered from the mean reds in Truman Capote's Breakfast at Tiffany's. Holly Golightly. For 15 points, 140 degrees east longitude passes through what 3 continents?
Bel Air, Andrew.
White Plains.
White Plains, Kevin.
Asia, Australia, and Antarctica.
Is correct for 15. Here's the 15-pointer. There's the sound. The game is over. And let's check the scoreboard. It's 310 for Bel Air, 360 for White Plains. The winners, White Plains, New York. What a game. Chip Beal, your host, inviting you to be with us next week at the same time for more of the Texaco Star National Academic Championship.
No, it's not Little Richard. Janet Jackson, Rhythm Nation.
What's going on, Paulie? Paulie! Here to present the awards for Breakthrough Video and Best Postmodern Video are 2 actors who have made their mark in the most offbeat and critically acclaimed television series of the year. From David Lynch's warped masterpiece, Twin Peaks, here are Cheryl Lynn Finn and Michael Onkeen.
Every year, a handful of directors and artists work to break new ground in the production and design of their videos.
As a salute to their innovation, MTV created the Breakthrough Video category. I love this music. Isn't it just too dreamy?
Yes. Angelo Badalamenti. Yeah. Here are the nominees.
Michael Patterson, Candice Reckinger, and Paula Abdul for Opposites Attract.
We come together for opposites attract, and you know.
John Maybury and Sinead O'Connor for Nothing Compares to You.
So without you.
Chili Peppers for Higher Ground. Jim Blashfield and Tears for Fears for Sowing the Seeds of Love.
And the award goes to...
Tears for Fears, Sowing the Seeds of Love.
The first time I've won something like this. This really is for Jim, our video director, who spent 3 months doing this video, and took him a long time, so I'm really accepting this on Jim's behalf because he's not here tonight. Also, on behalf of my partner Roland, who's back in England, so he can't be here either. I'd like to say a few thank yous, one to my record company Polygram, especially Suzanne McNary, our publicist, and Randy, who works for us on video. A big thanks to my manager, Paul King, and also to my friends at MTV, John Connelly, Carol Robinson, and Abby. And a special thank you to my fiancée, Frances, who stuck with me all through. Thanks very much.
We want to thank all the crew in Portland, Oregon, too, for all their great work. Thanks.
Thank you. If anybody didn't hear that, we're from Jim Blashfield's in Portland. Thanks a lot.
Postmodernism is something that none of us is too sure about, but we think it's really interesting.
It's not retro-futuristic, but it might be classic contemporary. In any event, we got some good news for you from David Lynch. That gum you like is gonna come back in style. The nominees for Best Postmodern Video.
Depeche Mode, Personal Jesus. Sinead O'Connor, Nothing Compares to You. Red Hot Chili Peppers, Higher Ground. Tears for Fears, Sowing the Seeds of Love.
And the award goes to...
Sinead O'Connor, Nothing Compares to You.
Thank you very much. I want to thank some people in case I don't get Best Video. Derek Jarman, Akiko Harder, Jerry Stafford, Dominique LaRigula, who filmed the thing, she was the camera woman, and the whole female crew who worked on it, they're all genius. The artist herself is very special, and who else? There's someone else, Oh, Premier Limelight, and all the people who kind of make it all happen. Thank you very, very much.